Start our recording. I'll call the May 6th, 2021 Planning Board meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. We have a quorum, and we're expecting a full board representation tonight. So thank you all for coming. Hope everybody's enjoying the beautiful weather out there. Looks like everybody's put Planning Board on their names, which is great. And I'll go ahead and hand it over to Jean to go over the virtual meeting procedures for tonight.
Great. Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes.
Very good. Well, welcome to the Planning Board meeting. To strike that balance between meaningful, transparent engagement and online security, we have a few items of protocol for the meeting. Mostly that anything that would disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for public comment will be in our open comment and at the public hearings, and folks will call on you through the raise hand function during those times. Only staff and applicants and board members will have their video on. And for folks that would like to speak during the public hearing, we do ask to have a full name displayed. I think that's hard in the webinar version to change yourself. So I only see one name at the moment that is just a first name. So when we get to that, folks can shoot me their full name in the chat if they don't have their settings to where that's displayed. I think everybody's mostly good. Okay, let's see. We hit video. We're going to enforce the rules, so please don't violate them. The chat function should only be used to me as the host for technical issues. We can't have questions or comments or side conversations going on with the board. And if you do that, I'm going to ask you to stop and then potentially turn off the chat. So, and I think that's really it about the rules. I do want to say, so we are in the Zoom webinar function. And so if you hover at the bottom of your screen or have your finger on the bottom of your phone, you should be able to see this chat and raise hand at the bottom. And that's how you can let us know during the, there's the beginning open comment. And then again, at that public hearing time. If you're not seeing this for whatever reason, you can let me know in the chat. And you won't see an option to unmute yourself until it's your turn, until we call on you and it's your turn. And then we change the settings. So once it is your turn, don't worry, you'll have an option to unmute. Okay, I think with that, I'll turn it back to you, David. Did I miss anything?
I think that sounds like all the rules. Thank you so much, Jean, for doing that for us. And thank you, Cindy, also for helping run this meeting. We much appreciate it. So with that, we'll start heading into the agenda. We have approval of minutes next. And we have 3 sets of minutes to approve tonight. We'll discuss and approve each one separately so that we have a record. The first one was the April 1st, 2021 minutes. Any comments or anyone want to make a motion? Well, John, I see your hand.
I'll move to approve them.
Great. Do I have a second? I'll second. So John moves to approve April 1st minutes, and I seconded. Let's just do a hand vote on those. All in favor, say aye. Put your hand up.
All right.
Okay, I see 6 hands. So we have a unanimous of everyone present right now. So the second set of minutes were April 5th, 2021. That was a joint meeting with TAB. And I know that I made one suggestion, which Cindy put in the packet, which I appreciate. Any other comments, or should we entertain another motion? John, you want to do the honors?
Move to approve.
I'll second. All in favor, hands. Great. And then let's go to April 15th. Minutes again, then I had one small change on that one, which made it in, which is great. Should we do the same procedure on that one, John?
Move to approve.
All right, I'll second. All in favor of approving those minutes. Great. I think everyone here was in each of those meetings, so that's wonderful. All right, so with that, we're going to go on to public participation. This is public participation for any general subjects that you'd like to speak to the board about. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. And as Jean said, please use the hand raise function if you'd like to speak. We have 2 public hearing items tonight for items related to the Boulder Country Day School on Nautilus Court site review amendment, and items related to non-conforming use review at 1024 Marine Street on University Hill.
Excuse me, David. Lupita is in attendees. She's in there, but she needs to be let in.
Oh, great, great.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that and spotting that. Great, because that way we'll have everybody when we get started on this item. And thank you. Welcome, Lupita. We're just getting started on public participation. Okay, so I mentioned the two public hearing items. Please do wait if you're speaking to either of those, either Uni Hill or the Country Day School. Otherwise, now is the time to speak. And I'll go ahead and hand it over then to Jean to call on people.
Okay, thank you, David. I am not seeing any hands at the moment. Oh, there we are, one. All right, we have Lynn Siegel for open comment. Lynn, you can go ahead and unmute, and my little timer's not working, so I'm going to do it on my phone, and I'll just ring the bell when 3 minutes is over. And we just ask folks to please be respectful and stay within their 3 minutes. Okay, Lynn, you can go ahead.
So like to have the respect of knowing who is at this meeting. Hey, it's just me and all of you guys. Isn't that wonderful? I don't think so. Where is everybody? Why can't I know? What's the big secret? Good God. I can't believe after a year of this virus, we don't have some accommodations to this Zoom system. Unbelievable. Okay, well, the property taxes thing has started as of today. Now, I got my property tax assessment back from the Board of Assessment Appeals 3 days ago. My hearing was November 20th. My amount started out at $977,000. I was surprised this has never happened in 30 years of fighting my property taxes, but the amount, I went through the protest, the Board of Equalization, and then the Board of Assessment Appeals. At some point, it went up to 900. Oh wait, no, it started at 988. Then it went down. I protested it down to 977, and then I still fought it. When I went to the Board of Assessment Appeals, can you believe this? They upped it to $1,008,000. And so I had to fight a higher amount. Stunning. I hadn't never noticed that happening. And I fought it. I had an next door neighbor that bought his place. I'm on the margin of Mapleton Hill at Dewey and 6. And he bought his place from a locksmith whose mother had been there and was selling it for $500,000 3 years. And they refused to let me use that comp because it was a demolition after sale. My second best comp was also, it was up on Union, and it was also a demolition after sale. Now, I squeezed through, and in these 30 years, I have never had a win like this. But it was simply because the appraiser from the county blew it. He needed to do a best and a fair use review. of my property, which he didn't do. And the Board of Assessment Appeals valued my property at $581. Stunning, stunning, unbelievable. Now I'll never be able to do that again. But let me tell you something. One of the appraisers told me that we've got an issue here, and that is, and this is something I'm always talking to you about, and I'm hitting a dead horse, it seems like, but we need to preserve existing housing in Boulder. We need to preserve the hospital at Alpine Balsam. We need to blow insulation on it, put another face on it, do whatever you want, but we need to preserve our existing housing. That medical pavilion should never have been gutted. It is high and inside. If you need more insulation, stick it on the outside. Something's got to be done. Now,
Lynn, if you could wrap up, please.
yeah. Now we're going to fight their property taxes, and they're going to be doing best use and review. But the way to test that is to get the true carbon footprint of what.
Lynn, you're fading out.
Oh, sorry. What you need is the full carbon footprint cost of demolition. We need that. So please advocate for that in Boulder. This housing crisis has gotten way out of hand, and you don't want to deal with the high end. Nobody's going to be able to afford to live here at this rate. So please, let's consider the carbon footprint, and we might be able to temper these overinflated values that are happening all over the country, and especially here in Boulder. It's not good for our equity or for anything. So
Thank you. And thank you for those comments. Are there any other people with their hands up, Jean, at this point?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, well, we'll close the public hearing then for the general public hearing, and we'll move on to our next item, which would be call-ups and continuations. We have no call-ups and continuations tonight, so we'll move on to public hearing. Our first public hearing tonight is public hearing and planning board consideration of site review amendment for a new 11,534 square foot dining and commons building located on the campus of the Boulder Country Day School at 4820 Nautilus Court North. The applicant is seeking a 62% parking reduction, and the case number is LUR 2019-00071. So I'd like to go ahead and ask if any board members have any ex parte communication or potential conflict of interest to disclose before we get started. Not seeing anything. Peter.
I'm working on a project outside of Boulder, and LSC is also a consultant on the project. I'm a consultant on the project, and I am capable of rendering an impartial judgment and discharging my duties objectively.
Okay. Ella, did you want to ask?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Do you have a direct contractual relationship with that consultant?
I do not.
And will you be able to make the decision solely based on the evidence presented here tonight?
I will be able to.
Thanks.
Okay, and I will also go ahead and just to be fully open, I want to disclose that I am friends with a teacher at Boulder Country Day. And each year, my friend Amanda Demler does a really fun project with her third graders, where they design a city called Demlerville. And as a planning board member, I've been providing insight into the planning and development process and the public engagement process for them for the past 2 to 3 years. This is not a paid position, I just do it for fun and because I just enjoy their company so much. Actually in 2020, I visited to talk to the third graders and got into a conversation with John Suter, where I was made aware that this project was coming up, but we didn't discuss any details. I've also had a couple of interactions with Ms. Demler regarding tonight's hearing, but again, not discussing any details. in my quasi judicial judge role tonight, I will be fair and impartial in making my decisions based on the evidence presented to the board and the criteria found in the code. So Hella, is that acceptable? Thank you. John?
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that I have been out there several times to look at the area, and but I haven't spoken with anyone about the project except my wife. So I think I can deal with this in an objective and fair manner.
All right.
And John, will you base your decision solely on the evidence presented here tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Anybody else? Excellent. Thank you for that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start with the presentations then. I'll hand it over to Charles and Sloan for the staff presentation.
Great, thanks so much. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. I'll turn it over to Sloan Walbert, our senior planner, who's going to take everybody through staff's analysis this evening.
Thank you, Charles. Let's pull up the PowerPoint. All right, is everyone seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, good evening to the board members. The purpose of the item for planning board tonight is to take action on an application for a site review amendment to allow for the addition of an approximately 11,500 square foot dining and commons building at the campus of Boulder Country Day School. Oops. So just to provide some background, the site was developed in accordance with a site review approved in 1998 to develop a private school and preschool. The plan included a campus of 6 buildings, associated parking and open space play areas, and the approval at that time included a 62% parking reduction. That approval included a phasing plan with 3 phases. Phase 3 of the development proposed an approximately 15,000 square foot auditorium building. The auditorium was never built, which caused that phase of the approval to expire. So since they're proposing to add the building in that general location, this development proposal includes amending the prior site review approvals through a site review amendment. A reduction of the off-street parking of more than 50% may be granted through site review before planning board. The proposed project includes a 62% vehicular parking reduction and a 73% bike parking reduction, which I'll just go in more detail in a minute. The project followed our standard requirements of the land use code. I did not receive any comments or inquiries from members of the public that were concerned about the proposal. And to provide some background, the 5.5 acre site is located in Gun Barrel at the easternmost terminus of Nautilus Drive. The Boulder and White Rock Ditch runs along the north end of the site, and the City of Boulder Eaton Park is located to the northeast, and the city boundaries are located just south of the site. The site contains a campus for the Boulder Country Day School, which is a private school and daycare that serves students from preschool age through 8th grade. The site's within the Twin Lakes Technological Park, which primarily contains light industrial and technical office uses. And across Nautilus Drive to the south is Twin Lakes, which is a Boulder County Parks and Open Space area. The site is zoned residential high 4, and the surrounding area is zoned industrial general to the west, south, and northwest. And public zoning is located to the northeast. The private school use is an allowed use in the RH4 zone, and this proposal would not affect the prior approved use review for a daycare center on the site. But just to provide some background on the residential zoning, the land use designation on the property was changed to high density residential as part of the 1995 major update to the comprehensive plan. And then in 1998, the site was rezoned to high density residential concurrent with the consideration of a private school on this site. So the proposal is for a new 11,500 square foot dinings and commons building, which would serve this private school use. It's located in an area which is currently open space on the south end of the site, which is where the prior anticipated auditorium building was located in that phase 3 approval, which has now expired. The 84 vehicular parking spaces, which were originally approved in 1998, would remain in the same general locations, except that some of the spaces would be reconfigured to provide for accessible parking spaces, and 20 bicycle parking spaces would be added to the site. The building is proposed to contain a dining hall for up to 160 people, a commercial kitchen, support spaces, a rooftop deck, and 4 classrooms. It's intended to serve the existing student population and would not increase the 370 student enrollment, which was anticipated for that phase 3 approval. And 3 new employees are anticipated to be necessary to staff the new building. So as I described, a site review includes a vehicular parking reduction to allow those 84 parking spaces where 220 would be required, and also a bike parking reduction to allow 56 bike parking spaces where 205 would be required based on the number of classrooms. I would just note that that requirement appears to be written for more of a neighborhood school context where you would anticipate a majority of the kids to be able to walk or bike to school. Outdoor dining and a garden with planters are proposed adjacent to the building. Site improvements, including landscape and the replacement of street trees adjacent to the site, as well as some screening of the parking and loading areas is anticipated, as well as outdoor lighting to be upgraded across the site. The proposed 2-story building is approximately 32 feet in height and is in a contemporary style. The building's interesting and features a dynamic roof line with a mix of gable and shed roofs with eaves. The design features sculptural punched window openings and some solar shading devices. Proposed building materials are wood look composite and corrugated metal siding. So the key issues that were identified by staff is whether the project meets the applicable site review criteria and whether the 62% vehicular parking reduction meets the applicable criteria. So first, staff finds the proposed project does meet all the applicable site review criteria. The project represents development that is compatible with the existing campus as well as the surrounding industrial uses. And although the campus is secure and access is limited, the building does provide a frontage to that adjacent street and adds to the pedestrian interest. The proposal meets the intent of the land use designation since it will support an established private school and daycare. It's also consistent with comprehensive plan policies around compact development patterns, enhanced design and physical design for people. The existing open spaces would be enhanced to be accessible and functional. And alternatives to the automobile are promoted through the provision of long and short-term bike parking. And lastly, the design of the parking areas makes efficient use of the land and is the minimum amount necessary to serve the parking needs of the project. And then regarding the parking reduction, staff finds that the proposal meets the criteria and that the probable number of vehicles would be adequately accommodated. The new building would not result in a larger student population over what was previously anticipated. And any classrooms added to the proposed building would be relocated from other parts of the campus. As I mentioned, only 3 additional employees are expected to serve the Commons building. And based on that information, the campus or the expansion of the campus would not have a significant impact on the parking requirements and needs. I also want to note that information was provided by the school that the existing 84 spaces has been adequate for their needs. They do have staggered class and staff arrival and pickup times to reduce that use of the parking area at one time. And they've also provided a TDM plan to help support alternative modes of transportation. And with that, staff recommends approval of the proposal, and that planning board adopts the motion on the screen to approve the project. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Sloan, for that presentation. I'll go ahead and open it up to the board for any questions you might have of staff. Any hands? John?
Yeah, I'm interested to learn why you are using the student population that would have been allowable under phase 3, which never took place, and wondering if it wouldn't be more appropriate to talk about what the present student population is and what this will move to the ultimate student population number.
I mean, as far as current enrollments and their needs, it's probably a better question for the applicant. I think in terms of a planning perspective, when the general site layout and parking areas were constructed, it anticipated that all 3 phases would be constructed. So hence the 62% parking reduction that was first approved covered all 3 phases. The issue is that they never constructed the auditorium building. So any improvements that were associated with phase 3 have expired. And that's why we are in the process now. Does that answer your question?
Right. Well, not quite. What is the present student population, and what would it be if this moves ahead?
So if this moves ahead, they would have that maximum, I believe it's 370 students, but in terms of their existing enrollment, you would have to, that's a question for the applicant. I'm not sure the exact number.
So let me rephrase it. Was the student enrollment, wasn't it a function of each phase, that it could ultimately be 360 at the end of phase 3, but it was less than that under phase 2? Is that the case?
That is the case.
So I presume we have now the number that is permitted as part of phase 2. Is that correct?
That's their maximum, but again, I don't know what their enrollment currently is.
Okay, well, I'll check with the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sarah?
Just a quick question. As part of their TDM strategy, they're offering, or they could make available to their staff, RTD transit coupons. And I have to be honest, I've only heard of EcoPass. What is a transit coupon?
I believe it instead of providing the EcoPass, they would cover the fare. Those vouchers would cover the fare of their employees, but I don't know the exact details. I know that they worked with our transportation staff to determine the best possible solution considering the site location, and this was supportable by staff.
Any chance the transportation staff person is here?
No, I'm not sure. Chris McGranahan, who is part of the applicant's consultant team, he's probably very knowledgeable if you want to ask
All right,
him.
I'll ask him that question. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Great. Anything else? I'll just add that I remember seeing a case where we had these coupons, and I remember that those coupons are kept at the office, and if someone wants to use mass transit, they can go and get the coupons from the office, but they might have more details on that. The applicant might have more details on that. Lupita, did you want to ask a question?
No, actually, I just want to say you can think of it probably like as a single-use pass. as opposed to the NACO Pass, which is multiple times for a year or so.
All right. Okay, well, with that then, thank you again, Sloan. Let's move on then to the applicant presentation. I'll ask speakers to please give us your name and who you represent. Is 10 minutes, and I see Adrian, will you be kicking us off today?
Yes, I will. And I'm gonna introduce John Suter, who is the head of school for Boulder Country Day, and I'll follow up after he's spoken.
Great. And we normally have 10 minutes. Will that be sufficient for this?
I thought we were getting 15. Am I not correct
I'd
about
be
that?
happy as a chair to accommodate 15 minutes if that's.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll try and be brief. We probably will be. I'm going to share screen at this point if it's possible. Can you see our screen?
Yes.
Okay. John, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay, well, good evening, everybody. My name is John Suter, and I'm the head of school at Boulder Country Day School. This is my 8th year as head. And I want to thank, first of all, the city staff for working with us on this project. They've done a fantastic job communicating with us and really charging us with a variety of different aspects of the project that we needed to consider throughout the process. Also want to thank the planning board tonight for the ability to present before you. Boulder Country Day was founded in 1988. We are a preschool, 2.5 years old through 8th grade school. Our current student population in our K-8 program, which is the number that Sloan was referencing, is 317 students. And then we have an additional 63 in our preschool program, and the maximum there, just for your information, is 80 for us. So we're allowed 80 in our preschool and then 370 in our K-8. We are a school that is more of a community than a neighborhood school. We have students from Berthoud to Broomfield, from the Eastern Ells of Longmont, Lafayette, and Louisville, to the many, many neighborhoods of Boulder. And community is an exceptionally important part of our mission and of our values. And there are some folks who would love to speak in the speaker section of this tonight about just that. As part of a comprehensive strategic planning process, not unlike the City of Boulder's comprehensive plan, we evaluated every aspect of our school to determine if we have what we need to educate both current and future students. And one piece of that process was developing a master plan for our campus. We engaged a planner to survey our constituents to see what they thought we needed, and those included trustees, faculty, staff, students, and of course our families. We considered multiple site options, both on our campus and off-site, as we considered the different kinds of spaces and places that we needed to educate our children. And ultimately, we landed on a dining commons built on our own campus at a site designated in our original master plan, as Sloan referred to, for a performing arts building. Our students currently in preschool through 5th grade eat in their classrooms. We partner with an outside organization to bring food to our campus every day, not this year because of it's a COVID year, but in a normal year, we partner with an outside organization to bring food to our campus. And as you might imagine, that creates a significant amount of both container waste and food waste. We need a medium-sized gathering place for our students and families, for community building, for small performances and other meetings. And these would include parent education series meetings, which we are open to the public and comprise national and regional speakers on some of the complex issues that are associated with parenting in today's world. Currently, our innovation labs and our art studios are in separate buildings, and this project would allow us to bring innovation and the arts together to really create a synergy and energy around those two subject areas. And finally, 13% of our families receive financial assistance, and providing food service for them on a daily basis is something that's important to our program of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We want to make sure that all of our children have an opportunity to have a good and healthy meal. And the meals will also be provided for our faculty and staff as well. So tonight you're going to learn a little bit more about our dreams. Adrian and our team of consultants and engineers can answer the technical questions. You'll also hear in our speaker section from some of our teachers. They're the real rock stars at our school, and they're eager to share what a common dining experience would do for them. You'll hear from some of our students who can't wait to share their dreams with you, and they will talk a little bit about an environmentally sustainable model, a community-based space where they're able to learn and work and socialize with their peers. We have a neighbor joining the call as well, and also the chair of our PTO, the president of our parent-teacher organization, will be on the line. And lastly, you'll hear from our trustees, and this is a special group of folks, not unlike members of the planning board. The trustees are charged with holding our mission in trust for future generation of BCD students. So they take the long view, the 30 to 50,000 foot view, to protect our school's mission and ensure it maintains its standards of excellence now and in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to Adrian, and once again, just say thank you so much to city staff and the planning board for this opportunity.
So thank you, Mr. Suter. Just to review firstly, the original approval from 1998, and the conditions of approval were pretty specific. I'm blowing them up a little bit on the right here for you to see. The first one to look at is that the enrollment as defined is 370 for students for phase 2 of the K through 8 facility, plus 80 students for the preschool. So I hope that clarifies questions around enrollment numbers. And that was, we are well below that number at this point. That is not intended to ever change as far as the plans for the school are for this facility and into the future. Also, they allowed a maximum, including phase 1 and 2, of up to 67,500 square feet. And we'll go over what's on site in a moment, but also the parking requirement based on that maximum of 67,500 was 225 spaces required based on a 1 per 300 square foot requirement from the land use code, and at the time allowed for a 62% parking reduction. We'll come back to that later also, but this was all a part of the original approval, which allocated an additional 11,000 square feet on campus for a new building, which was never done as a part of the original approval. It just didn't happen in the time frame that the approval was allowed to be in force. The 09 amendment identified additional square footage that was placed in various buildings that were already constructed and were planned for, and it stayed within not only the 67,500 square foot budget, but it never exceeded the total of 54,652 on the site, which still allowed for the remaining 12,848 square feet. I'm not sure where the third phase was actually identified as a third phase. It just identifies, as far as we can see in here, phase 1 and phase 2 up to 67,500. So the proposed update is using, in this case, the 11,000 square foot footprint, but only 11,534 total square feet on 2 stories. So also identified on this page is at the bottom here on the right. This is from our site plan. The application for bike parking reduction is not in the 80% range, it's in the 30% range, but I'll come back to that later under the parking question. So briefly, let's just look at what it means in this context to do a sensitive infill building that meets the site review criteria. We have a number of campus buildings already. They have a character mostly that are more on the residential side of things. Even the gymnasium that you see on the upper left has some shed roof additions to the, not additions, but extensions outside of the main gymnasium space. There are existing materials that we are respectful of, and they're shown in the upper left here. But at the same time, we felt like we could be compatible with this without completely mimicking those structures. So we're looking at how we can make a slightly more upgraded, upscale, if not necessarily upscale, but more present day addition on this campus using the palette that's already there and expanding upon it a little bit. So in that context, we look at how we could take this infill site. We did multiple configurations. You're just looking here at the basic planning of where we ended up, which is the purple the main dining space, an ancillary dining space for smaller gatherings, or possibly for preschool kids to eat at this facility being adjacent to the preschool itself, as well as the blue being the service spaces and circulation with access to the second floor here off to the side in brown. So what we have is really a challenge to marry a higher one-story volume adjacent to a two-story volume to the existing campus massing. And a lot of the studies that we did were trying to find a way to make that scale work together using roof shapes and the forms that are associated with each of those components to develop a compatible form that speaks to the main dining hall space, providing some sort of focus opposite the entry for a speaker's platform and adjacent secondary dining spaces that felt subservient and connected to the main room, the main dining hall. The second floor being above the kitchen had a extension of the feeling of that roof and allowed light and view back towards the mountains. And on the second floor, providing outdoor art spaces adjacent to those classrooms. And that leads directly to the form that you have in your package. This is still a view from that same angle from the southwest. From the other direction, we created extensions of outdoor seating areas and proximity to doorway access for the preschool and the main campus, as well as outdoor seating areas adjacent to the dining spaces, and maintaining access to the ball fields for all students, and the adjacent play structures will remain as well. So that's the general planning for the building, and to try and explain the genesis of the configuration. We did a lot of studies on viable layouts that provided the most flexibility, but also the most options in terms of seating, and then the adjacent food service spaces, bathrooms, access to the second floor, and that leads to the layout we have today. And this is where we are in terms of the interior planning of the space, and you can see its connection to the preschool spaces and play areas, as well as the visibility it has to the adjacent street. So upstairs we have the 2D art studio for painting and drawing, the 3D art studio with a kiln associated for ceramics, the innovation labs for the elementary school and the middle school, and the access to the lower level. That's pretty much the structure. I'll just speak briefly about the appropriateness of the parking reduction we are asking for. Again, there is no change to the population from what was originally approved. They originally approved that parking reduction on the basis of the land use code parking requirements, which are not associated with this specific use in any way. It is the default parking requirement for the RH4 zone for non-residential uses at 1 to 300 square feet. This is the same parking requirement that you would have in this zone if you had a medical office, a professional office, or a technical office, or if you had convenience retail uses. It has nothing to do with the school use. It has to do with the nature of the zone and what they think might be appropriate. So that means for every 300 square feet of classroom, you have to have one car. It doesn't matter that none of the students that are in that 300 square feet of classroom space drive. So it has nothing to do with the reality of who is coming here and parking here. And so the 75 staff members associated with it are easily accommodated within the parking that we are providing at 84 spaces. Modifications were made to improve the handicap accessible spaces as a part of this application. And also we are adding, I believe, 46 new bike parking spaces. I want to mention that the reason that I think Sloan may have gotten that parking reduction percentage wrong was because originally we had identified that per the code, we are supposed to provide bike parking spaces on the basis of 5 per classroom. However, that classroom, if you add more classrooms, you aren't adding more people. So David Thompson, the staff member in charge of transportation, said, you know what? How many homerooms do you have? Because that's really the basis on which we should be counting classrooms. It doesn't matter if you have 16 more classrooms than that, because you aren't adding 16 times the amount of people that could fill that classroom. It's just the homerooms that define the population on the campus. And on that basis, at 5 per classroom, he felt that the 80 bike parking spaces was the true number that we should be targeting. The reason we're looking for a reduction is, as Mr. Suter said, this is not a neighborhood school, and the people who bike here are few and far between, and I'm sure Mr. Suter could speak to that at greater length than I. I'm happy to stop there. We do have a full complement of consultants if you have questions. Happy to turn it back over to you, Sloan.
Great. Thank you. I'll go ahead and take it back at this point. Thank you so much, Adrian and John. Yes, board, please, let's ask questions of the applicants if you have them. Just raise your hand, Sarah.
I would like to, whoever is the transportation consultant, just this question of the vouchers versus eco passes, and why not just offer eco passes?
This is Chris McGranahan with LSC. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. So good question. Eco passes are what you're used to seeing. I would agree. It's typically a program that's set up, and it's meant for when you have a large number of people that would most likely use the service. And so in this case, because where the school's located and that a lot of the students aren't going to ride the bus on their own, we felt it was more appropriate, and staff concurred, that we do these coupons. Basically what the coupons are booklets of, I think it's 10 tickets per book. And if there's a particular teacher or maybe an older student that wants to take the bus, they're given individual coupons, and it's a one-time coupon, and then the school just has to keep a certain number of those coupon books on hand. So it is, I think Lupita made it correct statement that it's more of a one-time use, because we're not going to have half of our folks using the bus every day.
Is there some cost saving to you all? That, I mean, we're all trying to get people out of their cars, and you do have 75 plus the 3 new staff people who drive. I'm sure they all like to drive to work, but I'm just curious, was there an economic reason why you chose not to offer eco passes?
Well, we just felt like there wouldn't be very many folks take advantage of it. I mean, the school, obviously there's some financial considerations, but I would imagine Mr. Suter can comment if he wants to, but I think my comment would be that if the school is giving out 5 booklets worth of tickets every day, it's going to be to their benefit to try to switch back to an eco pass program. But we don't feel that's the case. We feel like the users' ridership is going to be quite low, and so the coupon books is the best way to go. I mean, I'm sure the school would, okay, if they were spending a lot of money on coupons, they might change their mind.
All right, I appreciate that answer.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions? John.
Yes, I noticed that by building this, the school will lose some of its playground and playing field area. And there are parks nearby, both county and city. So does the school intend to make some arrangement with either the county or the city to take advantage of those parks for its recreational needs?
Adrian, I can jump on this if you like. John, thanks so much for the question. I think one of the silver linings of coronavirus is we've actually been getting outside a lot more, not only for recreation, but also for actual teaching and learning. And we have been making use of the Twin Lakes Park, which is adjacent to us to the south, as you know. And we've also been able to use parts of Eaton Park, which are City of Boulder parks. So those two pieces or those two land areas are very important to our school and to our community. The other piece is this building is coming with some enhanced outdoor play spaces for our students. Right now, and I'm sure our students can speak to this, those who are on the line, we have what we call an upper field and a lower field. And right now, all of our students are in recessed zones because they're cohorted. So if you get the 3 zones on the lower field or the 2 zones on the upper field, we've added some play equipment in those zones, but the fields tend to be repetitive. In other words, if you go from zone 5 to zone 6 to zone 4, our students would love to have a little more play equipment. So the building is going to allow us to modify the outside play structures near the building quite a bit. We still retain the lower field, and then we'll also be using the nearby parks.
And I'll just add that we're adding a fair amount of outdoor social common space that would be a significant improvement with the construction of this building. And if we can, Carol Adams is here if you want her to talk about that, but happen to have Yvette Bowden on this Zoom, and we have at one time discussed with her the possibility of shared use with the park while she was Parks Director. So I don't know where we are with that at this point, but it's still down the road, I assume.
That is completely unfair, Adrian. Good evening, planning board members. I cannot speak for Director Rhodes. I can confirm that there is an anticipatory agreement between the Parks and Recreation Department and the school, and we're excited about that. Thank you.
My apologies.
It's okay, Adrian. I'm in a lot of meetings with you. Hi, John.
Thanks, Yvette.
Thank you.
John, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just follow up? So I'm trying to understand the nature of that agreement and the nature of the plans of the school for the use of the parks area. Is it intended to use it for athletics or just for educational purposes?
So would you mind if I continue, John?
Oh, please, go ahead.
Go right ahead, Yvette. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate it. I'll make it quick. As I recall, and it's been a couple of years pre-COVID, it's an exploratory public-private partnership agreement that has been approved by the city manager that has nothing to do with this expansion. We are fortunate to work with all of Boulder's schools, public schools and private schools, in affording great access for the youth of our community and for public access that is complementary to the use by youth. So in the past, what we've agreed to is at some point, if and when the Parks and Recreation Department is able to undertake a park project in Gun Barrel, part of that planning is intended to include public-private partnership that fundraises either with the Play Foundation or the school to improve Eaton Park. We have had some exploratory conversations with donors on both sides. This is not associated with that project and has no negative impact on the neighborhood, as I recall, or on the planning process of the Parks and Recreation Department, which is part of their master planning process.
John, go ahead.
So I'm still trying to get a feel for whether that the park improvements that you're talking about or thinking about would involve playing fields, or would it be other improvements to?
It's a combination, John, and this is all not only pre-COVID, but pre-planning. And so there's an anticipated master planning process with all parks and recreation amenities. The school, the community, and we have advised that this would be an appropriate discussion since the city already owns the land. There's a naturalized area nearby. And so I don't want to trump the campaign, but we had talked about an edu park that would have a walking path, would replace a play structure, would have passive areas and a small active field, not appropriate in our minds at that time based on the scale of the park for, let's say, competitive recreation play, but it would be good for like practices and things like that. And it would respect the naturalized area and connectivity to the residential areas on the other side. This is at least 3 years ago, or at least 2 years ago, John, I can't remember. And it was going to be the potential of a public-private partnership to explore a park for Gun Barrel on city-owned property. As you might be familiar, Eaton is currently highly underdeveloped. It has a small play structure, no available parking, and an old shade structure. And so we see this, or I'm sorry, CV folks on the call. The Parks and Recreation Department saw this as a potential public-private partnership consistent with the master plan that I was responsible for at that time. Did I answer your question, John?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
John, there's one more thing in relation to the loss of play space. It's important to note that as a part of the original master plan, this specific site was always identified as a future building site.
And again, this the school's property is a school property issue. The public-private partnership had to do with some scheduled use and improvement of the play structure, educational signage that the children would be involved with around the waterway, tree planting, things like that. So years ahead of where we probably are. I wish it could have been sooner, because we certainly have had that conversation for Gun Barrel and need to continue to have the conversation for Gun Barrel. But I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Adrian.
Thank you so much. Surprise guests are always fun. Anyone else have any questions? All right. Well, with that then, I think we're making good time. So we'll go ahead and then go right. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I think maybe there's if people who are not speaking can mute, that would be great. So let's go ahead and move then on into the public hearing. This is the time where folks can speak to this particular item, and each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. Please state your name and tell us either where you're from or who you're representing as well, if you could. If you're a student, you can just say you're a student at the school. And let's see. Yeah, I guess that's it. So I'll turn it over to Jean. Please raise your hands in the chat or in the Zoom function, and Jean will call on you.
Great. Thanks, David. Okay, I see. I did hear from Lucy Paradise, and I see one other hand, Nate Klemp, and a few other hands going up now. So Lucy, why don't we start with you? You should be able to unmute and go ahead and start. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Lucy Paradise. I'm a student at Boulder Country Day, and I was elected the environmental engineer for the 2020-21 school year. Our main goal is to take care of our campus and the earth through reducing waste, pursuing sustainable policies, and advocating on behalf of students concerned about these issues. I facilitate a committee of 7 students, and on behalf of my committee and my generation, I want to thank you for letting me share my views. We know that single-use plastic is a huge environmental disaster. By the year 2050, our oceans will hold more plastic than fish. Did you know that only 10% of US plastic waste is actually recycled? We all need to do our part to reduce our single-use plastic. The cafeteria would do just that. In a normal year, BCD students order, on average, 642 meals per week. That is too much waste, including plastic and otherwise, for a school that sees itself as a model for doing the right thing. The cafeteria would not only reduce plastic waste, but also provide healthy meals. This year, my classmates had to pack their own food every day. I saw my friends with cereal, Cheez-Its, and chips as their main meal. I don't have to tell you that this isn't good for learning. I don't blame my classmates or their parents. With our busy lifestyle, this is simply what happens. The cafeteria would also reduce food waste because students could ask for the amount of food they can actually finish. Having a cafeteria on campus would improve our diets and accelerate our learning. As you can see, the cafeteria solves the problems of plastic waste, food waste, and poor nutrition. If we have a cafeteria, our student body will be able to do what's right, live by our ideals, our school motto, and be the environmental stewards for the world I know we want our students to inherit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lucy. Well done. Okay, I see I have 10 other folks that have hands up. Let's go next with Nate Klemp, followed by Randy Worth, followed by Kristen Nelson. So Nate, you should be able to unmute.
I clicked it.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Jory Klemp, and I'm in 3rd grade at Boulder Country Day School. We would be very excited if we were approved for building a new building for BCD. We would use the building for lots of other things, including an innovation lab, art studio, and cafeteria. We have never had a cafeteria at BCD, which is one of the reasons why we should get approved. Our innovation lab is small, so it would be great to have a bigger lab for innovation. Everyone would be very excited for a new building at BCD. Thank you.
Thank you, Jory. Okay, next up is Randy Word. Randy, you can go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I am Randy Word. I am a kindergarten teacher at BCD and have been there for 13 years. And want to offer you a glimpse into what mealtime with kindergartners might feel like, a bit piggybacking off of what Lucy said. Middle school lunches don't look much different than our kindergarten lunches do, filled with Pop-Tarts and pudding. And, you know, I am not here to throw any parent under the bus. I am a parent myself and pack lunches, but can hope to emphasize how wonderful it would be to have meals available for the students. And I'm going to throw myself in their faculty as well. Having 5-year-olds in the classroom, I'm very limited on where, you know, we can go to get our lunches too. We eat together all the time. So, and then my coworker is going to speak to the food safety, but you can imagine 15 to 18 5-year-olds in a classroom all eating lunch and snack together provides quite a safety issue for kids with allergies, and then just mess. You know, I can't tell you the amount of times I've wiped up, you know, yogurt and pasta sauce and off of learning manipulatives and, books and the rugs and stuff, and having a space designated as an eating space separate than a learning space seems vital. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, next up will be Kristen Nelson, followed by Catherine Barnes and Elton Anders and Mr. Parker. So, okay, Kristen, you should be able to go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Kristen Nelson. I'm a 1st grade teacher at Boulder Country Day. I've been teaching there just a few years less than Randy. We work very closely together. And like she said, eating and learning in the same space, you can imagine, is very difficult. I'm sure many of you know, working from home this last year, how important it is to have your separate spaces for doing those two very vital and important things. It has been difficult the last years that working at BCD to designate that learning space and that eating space, especially when you have children in your classroom with life-threatening allergies. And the fear of potential allergens contaminating your learning materials is a big issue that we deal with every day. And when our #1 job is to keep our students safe, it is difficult to ensure that safety. Of course, when you have 5, 6, and 7-year-olds who are still learning the ability to eat and making sure all the food gets into their mouths, of course. So just having the common space to be able to go, making sure that we know our classrooms are safe, there's not going to be any food, allergen residue in the classroom, and being able to go as a whole class and eat together. It is so vitally important for these kids, especially this year, to be able to maintain that connection with each other as they're eating. And as we know how important it is to have contact with each other, communication while you're eating, and be able to model some really positive behaviors. And how do you talk to someone over a meal? And also being able to be together in community in the common eating space would be so lovely as well. So this is just such a wonderful opportunity, and we're just obviously very, very thrilled to potentially have this in our school. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Okay, next up is Catherine Barnes. Catherine, you should be able to go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Catherine Barnes. I'm the design and STEM teacher in the middle school at Boulder Country Day. I'm a 30-year resident of Boulder. And this new building will provide the design and innovation labs the space they need for students to be able to collaborate between the middle school and the elementary school. We have quite a bit of technology, including 3D printers and laser printers in the middle school. And at this time, the elementary school students do not get access to those materials, partly because of COVID this year, but also because it's more technical and advanced. What I'm looking forward to in this new building is the ability for students to be able to work together and mentor each other, and that older students will be able to teach the younger students how to create a 3D model of their planning process for their third grade when they do the buildings and they do their planning process. And also having them work together with the synergies, working together and collaborating and mentoring one another, really creating that sense of community, in that sense of place that we are with our younger students. I was on the playground today with some students in the middle school, just taking a break, and younger students were saying hi to them. They had little brothers and sisters. And so being able to see each other and pass each other and help each other on projects is something that I'm really looking forward to in this building. On a personal level, having food at the school would be very, very much appreciated. As you know, teachers don't get much time for lunch. We also do many other things during our lunch and don't have many opportunities to go out and get anything to eat. I bring my lunch every day. And I think having a hot lunch or having an ability to have a salad bar would be just a wonderful, reducing my carbon footprint by not going out and getting lunch or getting a coffee. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to the new building.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay, Eldon, I saw your hand up, but I see it down now. So if you would like to speak, please go ahead and re-raise your hand and I'll get to you shortly. Okay, next up, Mr. Parker, would you give your full name? There you go. You should be able to, there you go.
All right, hi there. My name is Ryan Parker. I'm the Fine Arts Director at Boulder Country Day School, and I teach vocal and general music to preschool through 8th grade. This is my 10th year at Boulder Country Day School, and during that time, I've had the opportunity to plan, produce, and direct numerous concerts, musicals, talent shows, assemblies, and more. We have a robust arts program at BCD, including instrumental ensembles, vocal music ensembles, and general music, in addition to a visual arts program for grades K through 8. This performance space would certainly enhance our visual arts program with 2 adjacent art studios on the 2nd level, as Mr. Suter mentioned. In addition to that, we would have certainly the opportunity to use that space as a performing arts space as well. Community is very important at our school, and through our performances, it's certainly an opportunity for students to be able to increase their confidence and competence with speaking, for families to gather. So this new space would certainly support that, as well as, like I said, the visual arts space on the 2nd level. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Elton, you can go ahead now, and then after Elton, we'll have Sophia Mitchell, Mason Israel, and Zara Shaw.
Good evening, Planning Board. My name is Elton Andres. I'm relatively new actually to Boulder, Colorado from Spain. Our family moved over just about 2 years ago to take on a new role. And I'm basically the CEO of Avery Brewing, that is just across the street from BCD. We've got a great relationship with the whole BCD family. And the fact that we are basically neighbors, we see each other pretty much every day. So we work closely with each other on the board of the neighborhood association. And I just wanted to call out and reference, and I think that, you know, it's a great expansion. It's great to see that the business is thriving, that they're able to create new jobs and grow within the tech center. And we're pretty happy to see that new building pop up. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Elton. Okay, Sophia Mitchell, you should be able to go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sophia Mitchell and I'm in 3rd grade at BCD. I think we should have a cafeteria because BCD has done a lot of planning for it, and I know how much planning it took because we had to build a city in our classroom. It wouldn't just be a cafeteria though, it would be multi-use. We would have an art room and a computer lab. I think it would be super cool to have a cafeteria at BCD. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Okay, next up is Mason Israel. Mason, let's see, there you go.
All right, hello everybody. I'm Mason Israel, and I've actually been at BCD for 10 years as a student, and I'm in 8th grade now, and I'm also the president of our school. I'll also be speaking on behalf of our vice president who couldn't be here today. So basically, I just want to cover the lines of, first of all, community. If this cafeteria is built, which has been touched on multiple times, but especially in the elementary school and middle school too this year, we have cohorts and classes. In the middle school, it's different than normal year. But there are kids now, because of COVID and just in general, where new kids won't even know a kid from a different class because classes aren't allowed to mix. And this is something that is, a little bit upsetting for some kids. And like, when we were in elementary school, if you're not put in a class with your best friend, that's virtually the end of the world for a 3rd grader. And so what we're trying to emphasize here is that if we have a cafeteria, we'll be able to have a community where kids from all different grades can hang out and talk to each other and socialize. And that's and at BCD, community is a really big aspect of everything we do, including where older kids will mentor younger kids in various situations. And so being able to have classrooms, so different innovation labs and classrooms so close together, and being able to just eat together and socialize more will, it's also great for older students to be able to connect with younger students, which is something that from my experience as a preschooler and an elementary student that we really loved. And another thing that this cafeteria will allow is outdoor dining spaces. And that's something that's also really important just for students' well-being and health. So getting this building will definitely help with different things. And then Lucy, our environmental engineer, did a really good job on covering our environmental benefits of that. And that's also something that's really important to me. So I just wanted to emphasize that again. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mason. Okay, next up will be Zara Shaw, followed by Allison Doring, followed by Jessica Hilson. Okay. Zara, you should be able to go ahead. There you go.
Hello, my name is Zara Shaw. I'm a 3rd grade BCD student. I think it would be wonderful if BCD had an extra building for art, innovation, and as a cafeteria. We are cramped in the old art studio, and we are rushing and crashing into each other on the way to get brushes. The old innovation lab was very small. The new one will be a lot roomier and hopefully lots more computers. As for the cafeteria, all of us, or should I say our parents, will not have to worry about making our lunches again. You should make getting ready for school a lot easier. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Zara. Okay, Allison, you should be up next. There you go. You should be able to unmute.
Hi, everybody. It's going to be hard to follow those kids. They did such a good job. My name is Allison Doring. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Boulder Country Day. And I'd like to echo John's sentiments about community at Boulder Country Day. I've been a parent and a teacher at BCD since 2000. So I spent about almost half of my life there. And I do wish my kids had had the benefit of having a cafeteria. I think it's just such an exciting prospect. But what I'd like to talk about tonight is a program that we run in the 5th grade. It's a mentoring program. And we started it about 8 years ago when we recognized that the 5th graders needed that place to put all of their leadership and their desire to help and work with younger students. So we created this program where the 5th graders highlight each of their own unique and individual skills. And we then pair them with a kindergartner through fourth grade student that they work with throughout the entire year, whether it be in academics and say math or language arts, or if there's a kindergartner who's struggling to make friends, we partner them together. And we have mentoring time at the end of each day for about 25 minutes, where the fifth graders are partnered with these younger students. At any given time, we have about 30 fifth graders that are engaged in mentoring, which means there are 60 students in the elementary school who are either a mentor or a mentee. They meet 1 to 3 times a week or more if there's the desire. The biggest issue we have is space. We have students from fifth grade with all of these different grade levels, and we have students in the hallways. We have students in teacher workspaces. We have students in different classrooms. And as you can imagine, it's pretty chaotic and loud, and it's effective, but it could be more effective if we had a common space to fit all the kids for their one-to-one time. And I just envision this space that we're talking about as being a really dynamic, common work environment where kids all across the elementary school can be together, eat together, learn together, play games together, and really enjoy each other's company. And just seeing each other in this respect would be, I just imagine, so beneficial for all of the students and the teachers who are engaged in the mentoring project. So I thank you for your time and look forward to the potential of this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Okay, next up will be Jessica Helson, followed by Coral Fayfield and Lynn Siegel. And those are all the hands that I see raised at the moment. So if anyone else would like to speak, please use the raise hand function now. Jessica, you should be able to go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jessica Helson, and I am the president of our PTO. We've been a part of the BCD community since 2012. I have 2 sons who attend. And what I would most look forward to with our new dining commons area is the opportunity to meet with PTO board members and the many other volunteers we work with on campus to plan the various events and activities we execute each year. In our support of our faculty, staff, and students, which is really one of our primary missions, especially this year, we strive to also work with local nonprofits and small businesses. And what I'd be most excited for is the community aspect of the Commons, not only for our regular PTO meetings, but also to have a space to meet and collaborate and plan our partnerships with these organizations. Just a few examples of recent community partners we've worked with this year. We've worked with Bridge House and Community Table Kitchen. We've worked with the mutual aid organization, Pandemic of Love. We've worked with Rincon Argentina, Sweet Cow, Cure Organic Farm, Button Rock Bakery in Lafayette, and Eco Enclosed. And a couple of those are owned by BCD families. It'll just be wonderful to have spaces where we can meet, brainstorm, collaborate, and where our community partners can get a real sense of our school, its spaces, our teachers, and our students. Currently, when PTO and other organizations on campus need to meet, well, in a normal year anyway, we scramble to book open rooms which have other primary usages, and often this means we need to meet offsite. This would be a really exciting addition to campus. Thanks for your consideration.
Great, thank you, Jessica. Okay, next up is Coral Fayfield. Coral, you should be able to go ahead. Let's see. There we go.
Hi, my name is Coral Fayfield. I'm in 3rd grade at Boulder Country Day School. I would love it if you could approve our plan for a cafeteria because we have never had one before. Instead of being cramped inside our little classroom, we could be eating inside a big cafeteria. I know BCD has worked very hard on planning because we had to plan out Delmarville, our city. Finally, our classroom gets very messy after lunch. I think we should get our plan approved for the cafeteria at Boulder Country Day School. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Coral. Okay, next up is Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you can go ahead.
Yeah. I really like hearing that the kids love this community. I only wish that older kids could get this community like they will not get at Marpa House. And this Marpa House will be a living disaster if it goes through. It's horrific. Just because people are little doesn't mean they don't need community. Freshmen in college need community. Now, I like also, I like the design. Adrian always does a fabulous job. I like the indoor, outdoor aspect of things. As far as the food service, I hope this is not another resort type school like CU is, where the highest end food and that what have you. I think a more MARPA approach would be really great, like where the parents actually volunteer to do on a regular basis the cooking and trade that off, and have a more community oriented operation in itself. As far as the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, I wonder how this fits in, because I really see that our up to kindergarten and younger grades need to be in 15-minute neighborhoods. And this is not the higher grades that you put mixed together, which is great. And it tends to happen with a Rudolph Steiner school, like, the Waldorf school and this one. I think that tendency actually needs to be kind of put in check, and the higher grades need to be appropriately. I can understand, high schools having a larger format, but the smaller schools, I think it's a lot better if you make a tight neighborhood type situation, which this is not going to be, obviously. Let's see. I wondered about the kid's last name was Israel, was talking about the cohorts not being able to see each other because of the virus situation. Yet I couldn't understand how is it that then they will be eating together in the communal space, because that seems kind of contradictory to sequestering them. Oh, I wanted to say my address, which I forgot to say for Marpa House, in which someone requested about that, because people paid testifiers were paid by the developer to support the development. But my address is 538 Dewey. I'm at 6th and Dewey, on the margin of Mapleton Hill and Mountain Heights and that area. So I have a disinterested opinion, from not being from Gun Barrel. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Lynn. Okay, so I think we've gone through everyone. Oh, no, let's see. Nope, I see David Wilson. Hand up. So David, you can go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, everyone. This is David Wilson. I am the chairman of the board of trustees at Boulder Country Day School. I've been a parent at BCD for 12 years and a Boulder resident for more than 20. I want to start off by thanking the members of staff who have partnered with our team and done a great job over the last few months under trying circumstances, but that got us here tonight. And I definitely want to thank the planning board for your considering the project tonight. We really appreciate it. As you are all familiar, it's the board's job to plan for the future of a school, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line, and to be the stewards of the mission and vision. And we have been working on this project going back years through the master planning development process, and we have gravitated to this idea because of the identified needs of our community. And that community is our single greatest asset. And currently we don't have a place for that community to gather on a daily basis. And this commons would provide us the opportunity for faculty, staff, and students to all eat together. And when we want to get together as a larger community, it would provide the opportunity to have events and celebrations. I know a lot's been covered. I want to thank our students and our faculty for doing an amazing job. And again, I appreciate you guys considering this project and helping us get started with the next chapter of our school. Thank you again for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you, David. Okay, I see no other hands raised.
All right, I guess that's the last call then for hand raising. I will just say that it was really nice to hear from everybody. It was, I think, I just want to compliment people for having kind of unique, everybody had something unique to say. We didn't hear a lot of repetition, which is always appreciated. And a lot of people kept their comments to under 3 minutes, sometimes substantially under. So that's always appreciated as well, because we like to get to bed at some time tonight. So with that, I'll ask Adrian, do you have anything that you heard that you'd like to, you or any of the team would like to respond to? Or
I don't believe so, not unless there are questions from the board for us.
All right, good. All right, well, with that, I think that we're still relatively good time-wise. We could take a break at the end of this public hearing, but let's go ahead and move right into deliberation. So now is the time where the planning board will discuss a couple of the key issues. I don't think we need to put them up because I can probably just read them. We'll discuss 2 key issues. And then decide whether we will be approving with conditions, or denying the site review amendment. So with that, I'll just start with the 2 key issues. The first one is this review criteria, and the second one has to do with parking and parking reduction. So pretty much anything that isn't parking reduction related, we can talk about in key issue 1. Does the project meet the applicable site review criteria? So I'll go ahead and start with a negative poll where I would just ask any board members that thinks that this does not meet the criteria to please raise your hand and weigh in. Otherwise, then we'll open it up for more general discussion. Does anyone have any major concerns about it meeting site review criteria? All right, well then let's go ahead and just discuss. Would anyone like to weigh in on the site review criteria in any way?
It's a good looking building. I like it. I think it's going to be a nice addition.
Great. Any other comments? I'll echo Peter's comments. I think that it does look like it's going to fit in nicely with all the other buildings to kind of create that sense of campus style. Certainly, we did see the staff go through a lot of the criteria in the BVCP and our land use code. Schools are allowed in this zone for a reason. We tend to like to welcome schools into a number of different kind of zones. And as a result, they have kind of unique needs that may not be residential high needs, but I think the staff did a great job of figuring out how this use can be accommodated in this zone. And I also am really think that it has nice open space design and compatible with the surrounding area. And it's really nice to be next to Twin Lakes. So those would be my comments. Anyone else? All right. Well, great. Let's go on then to key issue number 2. Does the 62% vehicular parking reduction meet the criteria in our code? I won't read all the numbers of where that can be found in the code, but anyone have any comments on the parking reduction request? John. Oh, John, you need to unmute.
It's too bad you missed all that wisdom just now. But my perception is that this is acceptable and it does meet the the criteria of the subsection. And the basis for my conclusion on that is that the number of students and staff is not significantly increased by the addition of this building, and the parking facilities have been adequate so far, and I think it'll continue to be so.
Great, thank you, John. Any other observations, comments? All right. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's nice to see the additional bike parking, and I understand that there was a lot of thought put into, you know, how much bike parking and car parking is needed. And it's also nice to know that there's a lot of parking along the road near the new facility in case there's a gathering that needs a few more spaces. So there's plenty of street parking there for a short event as well. So I think it looks pretty good. Anything else anybody wanted to add? All right, well, I'll go ahead and, if you don't mind, go ahead and move that the planning board approve site review case number LUR 2019-00071, incorporating the staff memorandum and the attached criteria checklist as finding of fact and subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum.
I'll second. Oh, sorry.
I think Lisa weighed in first. Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and take the votes on that. We'll start with Peter.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Lupita.
Aye.
Don. I think I saw an aye. Georgie.
Aye.
And Sarah.
Aye.
And my screen isn't showing everybody, but I think I hit everybody except myself, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, and then I also say aye. So with that, we have a unanimous approval of this project, and I'd like to congratulate the applicant and thank you so much for your time tonight. All right, great. So with that, and thanks to everybody who attended this section. I guess we'll be moving on then. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and resume. We'll resume at 7:45, and that way staff can get a chance to queue up any presentations, and we can all get a chance to get a drink. So we'll see you in 10 minutes or so.
Are you on?
Okay, well, it's 7:45 and it looks like people are reconvening. Do we have everyone on? I see Georgie. Georgie and Lupita, I'll just look for you to acknowledge that you're back, and then we'll get going. There you are. Perfect. Okay. Wonderful. So welcome back, everybody. We're on to agenda number 5B. This is a public hearing and consideration of a non-conforming use review to permit renovation and reconfiguration of an existing 3-story, 18,469 square foot, 24-unit apartment building at 1024 Marine Street into 2 interconnected buildings and 18 attached dwelling units with a new ground floor common area. The existing building and site are non-conforming to density, open space, and parking. This is case number LUR 2020-00020. So let's start with any disclosures that we need to make. Anybody have anything? Oh, okay, I don't see any hands. So great. So let's go ahead then and just move on to the presentations. Charles and Carl, you want to take it away with the staff presentation?
Sure, thanks very much, Dave. So tonight's recommendation is a bit unique in that staff's advancing a recommendation for denial on a project that I think on its face appears to be an overall improvement to the neighborhood in many ways. And the key issue before you this evening is really related to the proposed floor plans and how our code defines a bedroom. So while we always want to work toward a solution, we also strive to balance that by ensuring that we're genuinely considering the actual impacts of a project such as this in the long term, which I think is really the essence of non-conforming use review. So with that said, Carl Geiler from our staff team is going to present tonight our analysis, and we look forward to the conversation. So Carl, take it away.
Thank you, Charles, and good evening, board members. I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
So I'm going to walk you through the staff analysis of this non-conforming use review at 1024 Marine Street. The project is called Marine 11. So, I'm sorry. Trying to move this bar out of the way. What we're going to cover tonight is basically the purpose of use review and the process. Talk about the existing site and zoning context. I'll talk about the proposed plan, and the applicant will as well. We'll focus on the key issue, which is, does it meet the use review criteria? And I'll conclude with the staff recommendation and motion language. I know there's a lot of text here. I just wanted to draw attention to the highlighted text. Again, I'm sorry, I have a bunch of things that don't allow me to see the screen. So, but this is basically the purpose of use review. The section that I want to draw your attention to is the piece on non-conforming uses. There's a lot of communities that do not allow many modifications to non-conforming uses and require them to be brought up to code. I think a lot of the board is very familiar with these reviews, but what it says is non-conforming uses may be upgraded or expanded under this section if the change would not adversely affect the traffic and the environment of the surrounding area, and if the change would reduce the degree of the nonconformity or improve the appearance of the structure or site without increasing the degree of nonconformity. So I think that's very valid in tonight's discussion. So this particular project would be considered an expansion of a non-conforming use because it would be increasing bedrooms and it would be increasing floor area of a non-conforming use. So this can be approved in the use review process if the criteria are met. Use reviews are really focused on minimizing adverse impacts on the surrounding area. So this is something that would typically be a staff level review, but in this case, because of the denial recommendation, we're referring to this to planning board at the request of the applicant. So really quick, what does the use review criteria talk about? It requires consistency with the underlying zoning district, a finding that the use with the changes would be compatible and have minimal negative impacts on the surrounding area, that the use wouldn't change the character of the area, that the applicant has taken reasonable measures to reduce impacts, and that there would either be, in the case of a non-conforming use, a reduction in the nonconformity, or if there's improvements included with the proposal, that it would do the improvements without increasing the extent of the nonconformity. So public notice was sent to property owners within 600 feet of the property. This particular review is published in the newspaper. There were no signs posted at the beginning when this was originally received due to the pandemic, but we've advised the applicant to put signs up in recent days to meet the requirements of section 943. As far as the duration of review, we did not receive any written comments or inquiries, although there was an email that I believe the board received today with a concern from a representative from the University Hill neighborhood. So this is the location of the use. It's in the University Hill neighborhood. It's at the southwest corner of Marine and 11th Street. You see it's just west of Broadway and south of Arapahoe. So moving a little bit closer, you can see the surrounding context is mixed. There's old single family type housing among stacked flats, apartment buildings, a lot of single family homes that have been converted to student housing. This particular building, you can see, is composed of two components, which I'll talk a little bit about. Again, these are some pictures of the surrounding area. You can see there's a lot of, turn of the 20th century type homes that have been converted to student housing, intermixed with buildings built, with apartments from the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Also includes the senior center located on Arapahoe. So you can see that the zoning actually is representative of the context. This particular area was actually, it was originally single family homes historically, and then it was upzoned to a higher density residential district. And then it was later downzoned to a mixed density residential district. So a lot of these units are considered non-conforming on the Hill. So the description of RMX1 is mixed density residential areas with a variety of single family, detached, duplexes, and multifamily units that will be maintained and where existing structures may be renovated or rehabilitated. So under current zoning, it allows 1 unit per 6,000 square feet of lot area. So in the case of the current zoning, this particular site would only allow 3 units. So looking at the site now, it's a 20,525 square foot lot. The buildings were constructed in 1967. There's 24 units on the site now. That's basically 23 attached units, as well as 1 rooming unit. There's 24 parking spaces based on our review of the plans, although many of those are substandard. The current code would require 30 parking spaces on the site. Sorry, I got to keep moving this bar around so I can see the screen. So as I said before, this particular site, it's actually considered 1 building per our code right now. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. It's got 2 components, obviously. The particular use is non-conforming to density, as I mentioned, the parking, as I mentioned, and also the open space per dwelling unit requirement is non-conforming. One other thing to point out is it's also non-conforming to height because of the 2 components. Considering it 1 building, it actually is technically over the 35-foot height limit as you measure it per the code. So as far as the proposal, the applicant is requesting approval to do a non-conforming use review to convert the 24 units within the building by doing modifications and renovations to result in 18 dwelling units on the site. As part of the process, they would be doing landscape and site improvements as well as improvements to the building itself. And you can see from the rendering, it's quite different looking than the current building. So attachments A and B are the written statement and plans that the applicant provided to us. Attachment D is a recent letter that the applicant has provided. So again, the elevations show a pretty marked difference in the design, the removal of the mansard roof, a painting of the brick, adding new wood elements, wood composite elements, try to modernize the building and its look. There's also additional floor area proposed between the buildings that would be used for like a mail area, bike parking and storage. So the key issue for tonight in helping with the decision is the proposal consistent with the use review criteria? So there's two pieces of the criteria to focus on. There's the standard use review criteria that applies to all use reviews. That's 9215E. Because this is a non-conforming use, the additional criteria of 15F also apply. So in our review of this, and as Charles mentioned, generally staff is supportive of the concept here. And we found that in the review that most of the elements of the criteria are met in this review. So we wanted to point that out. We found that, it meets many of the criteria. The use is generally consistent with the underlying zoning. The use is generally consistent with the character of the area. The proposed project will improve the appearance of the building and the site. The use cannot reasonably be made conforming, and the expansion would not exceed the allowable 10%. So we found many elements to be supportable with the criteria. Furthermore, with the reduction of units on the site, they would be becoming more conforming to the minimum lot area per dwelling unit requirement. They would be more conforming to the usable open space per dwelling unit requirement. And I also mentioned the two components. They would be making modifications to that center area that joins between the buildings to add firewalls that would actually qualify the two elements as two separate buildings. So that would also make the building conforming to the height standards as well. So staff's response to the criteria in full is found in attachment C of the packet. Where staff has concerns is the area related to how the code looks at what counts as a bedroom. So in this case, the definition is a bedroom means a room that is not a garage, kitchen, bathroom, dining area, or living room that has over 70 square feet of floor area and that is used for sleeping or is capable of being used for sleeping. So this is something that actually comes up in our reviews quite often. It's relatively easy to, show rooms within units and change the labels and not show beds and then just label it something different. Like again, we see a lot of plans that show extra rooms labeled as studies, as home offices. In this case, it's labeled as a dining room. You can see on this slide that when the project originally came in, they were proposing 4-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units. And because of the concerns about that, they have modified it. And you can see the area that's highlighted with the changes. For some reason, it's not advancing forward. You can see that it's the dining rooms that they're showing on here are configured very similarly to a bedroom. I mean, because of the fact that they have doors and are configured very similarly to a room, there's a concern that staff has, and this has again come up on many projects, that there's no guarantee that in the future that these rooms wouldn't be converted to sleeping quarters in order for a property owner to get more income. And we're not necessarily saying that the applicant in this case would do that, but again, this is something that's difficult to monitor. And we've seen in practice and in coordination with our enforcement staff that when they do inspections, we often see a lot of these types of rooms, if they're not caught, end up being bedrooms, and there's then compliance issues that have to be dealt with in the future. So if these were to convert to bedrooms, it does present impacts to the neighborhood. And the reason is, if you look at this particular slide, you can see that the way the zoning code would look at this project, this has the existing and proposed conditions. So even though the density would be going down, the number of rooms would be going up. And we can permit that through non-conforming use review to an extent, but when it actually ends up triggering more parking than is on the site, that doesn't meet the criteria. So the way the code looks at this, there would be 60 rooms in the development where there's about 37 now. So as I stated before, there's the current requirement with the 24 units would be 30 parking spaces on the site. Going up to 60 rooms would increase that requirement to 45 spaces. So I know the issue is also talking about occupancy. Yes, the amount of occupancy would technically in the regulatory manner go down with the reduction in the number of units. But again, it's something that's difficult to monitor. We're concerned because, in the future, there could be potentially, at least, there could be 2 occupants per bedroom. You could end up having occupants on this site well, over what is allowable on the site today. So because of these concerns, staff finds that the proposal would not meet the following 2 criteria, which also relates to several other criteria as well. Because the design and configuration of the proposed project would not avoid these potential impacts of increased parking, increased occupancy, or increased intensity on the site. So in our analysis, we found that the project would not be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood due to the potential increases in impacts from the use. And would not reduce the extent of the nonconformity. So that is the reason that we're recommending denial of the project. So I also wanted to point out that in our reviews, we did talk to the applicant about some configurational changes that could happen within each of the units that would change those rooms to something that wouldn't meet the definition of a bedroom. And they did actually provide a plan that we felt would do this. They basically removed the doors. They did a half wall. They made it so it wouldn't be something that would be easily convertible to a bedroom. And we felt that this is something that would meet the criteria. However, they did return back by saying that they did not want to proceed with these changes. So I'll leave it to the board to ask questions of the applicant as to the motivation for that. But this is a potential configurational change that we feel could completely work on this project. So in conclusion, staff has not found that the proposed project meets all the relevant criteria of 9215, section 9215, and is thus recommending that planning board deny the application. We've provided a suggested motion for the planning board. So that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Right. Go ahead and raise hands if you have any questions, and I guess we can stop sharing for the screen real estate on that. Great. Anybody have any questions for Carl or any staff? Peter.
Thank you for the presentation, Carl. So if these dining rooms lost their doors and became half walls, you'd approve? You would have approved at staff level and we wouldn't have seen this?
Correct. Well, you would have seen it as a call-up.
Correct. Thank you very much. Is there any additional detail on that exchange or interaction around the choice of not going with that plan?
I mean, again, I think that might be more of a question for the applicant. I think in our discussion with them, they indicated to us that there were concerns about, what if there were students in there studying, that they would be distracted if somebody else was in the other room watching TV. I think they might have some other reasons. Again, in coordination with our zoning staff that does building permit reviews, again, this comes up a lot, and we're usually able to come up with a solution in the configuration that makes it work.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah, I think you were next.
Yeah, so I first have a comment and then a question. So first, Carl, thank you for walking us through what's a fairly nuanced, layered set of issues. What if in fact, maybe it was in that slide, but the challenge for those dining rooms that might actually be bedrooms is that it would require more parking than is currently being provided. Is that essentially, in a nutshell, what would be the increase in non-conforming?
Yeah, that's the biggest concern. Having been parking up in that area for almost 15 years, I can attest to parking impacts in that area. But I think in a case where something is set up, where it might be labeled one way and in the future becomes a bedroom, then the parking requirement on the site right now is 30 based on the existing number of units. So we try to freeze it, in time with the non-conforming use, so the impacts that are there today can continue, but we don't want to make it worse. So if all of a sudden that jumps up to 45, then that, speaks to the possibility of increased parking impacts.
So if those dining rooms were in fact bedrooms, what would be the number of additional parking spaces that the applicant would have to provide?
It's 15 additional. So the parking requirement would go from 30 to 45.
Okay, great. Thank you. That I was looking for that number. Appreciate it.
John?
Yeah, two things. One, I was wondering if you could describe what sort of enforcement actions can be envisioned that to ensure that, for example, dining rooms aren't turned into bedrooms. The other, I'll just say the other one right away too. You're aware of, at Marpa House, there were a number of conditions placed there on parking concerns. And I wondered if staff had considered suggesting similar sorts of conditions in this case.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the MARPA project in the details of it, so I don't know if I can completely speak to that. Again, we try not to set up conditions that could ultimately lead to impacts. So your question about, what happens when these are caught. I mean, I've talked to our enforcement staff about this. There might be a complaint about parking, and then when they go into the building, they have found, particularly on the Hill, additional units. And then it takes a lot of time and effort to coordinate with the planners on pulling up the old plans and seeing how the floor plans were labeled. And if they're being used differently, then it goes into an enforcement action where they have to make changes to the wall. They might have to remove doors, or, if a wall was if a room was split into two, they're gonna have to remove that wall to make it consistent with the prior approval. So it can cause a lot of time and effort to resolve these issues in the future.
But can I follow up, David?
Oh, yes, please.
So is it possible to suggest any additional enforcement now is complaint based, if I understand correctly. Could one institute some sort of inspection routine that these apartments would be inspected every, I don't know, year or 6 months or something like that to make sure that they're being used in the manner they're supposed to be?
I mean, many of these particular projects are inspected. In order to get their rental licenses, they do have to go through inspection processes from time to time. But again, with so many of these projects, putting those kind of conditions on here, I think would often get lost in the shuffle in the future. I mean, for this particular project, it could be difficult to monitor.
Yeah, and if I could just add, and while it's a great suggestion, I think there's a resource consideration that we would need to make. But to Carl's point, rental license inspection for these types of units is really about life safety conditions. And they're typically done by a third-party inspector. They're not done by the city. So the folks who are out inspecting these types of projects are really looking for things like smoke detectors, making sure that there's the proper means of egress. They're not necessarily counting bedrooms or the number of people who are in a unit.
And
Right.
and you think that it is difficult to, so you don't think it's likely that the appropriate inspection on such matters would be possible as a function of what we're deciding here tonight?
No, I don't think setting up regular inspection of the building to ensure compliance is something that I think we're adequately staffed to do on a periodic basis.
Thank you.
Lupita?
Yes, I'm wondering, going back to similar cases where it seemed to me that maybe an alternative would be to look at the configuration or the project itself and see if some of those major concerns can go away by doing the project differently. Is that an option?
Yeah, I mean, like we showed in the presentation, if they were to set up a configuration that clearly disqualifies those spaces as bedrooms, we feel that would address the concern.
Just verifying that I got that right. Thank you.
Right. I'll go ahead and ask my question, which it caught my eye that the applicant stated that their current rental license permits 94 occupants. I just wondered if, from a staff perspective, what the relationship between license permits and this space is. If the new license permit only permitted 70, I think it was 70 or 72, would that have any bearing on this, or would it still be just kind of the enforcement problem?
I mean, we still have a concern about the enforcement problem. I think by virtue of the density, the number of dwelling units being reduced from 24 to 18, the RMX1 zone allows 4 occupants per unit. So by virtue of that reduction, it does reduce it from 94 to the 72. Again, it becomes more difficult to monitor that over time. If rooms change, we don't have inspectors going in and counting people all the time. So it's difficult to monitor, whereas a configurational issue could resolve that concern.
Other questions? John, you want to go?
Yeah, this one for Hella, just asking what your thoughts are regarding potential limits on street parking in the same manner as Marpa House dealt with that question.
Do you mean with the current configuration of the use? Or in general? I think you could consider a condition like that if you find that without such restrictions, the use review criteria are not met, which do talk about impacts to surrounding streets in terms of parking and so forth.
Right. Well, I mean, we've heard from staff that parking is one of the key concerns. And so I'm just trying to figure out what our options are on that issue.
Yeah, I think that you could impose conditions like that. They're also hard to enforce, and you still have the concern that Carl described previously with the occupancy that's likely to go up.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Peter?
Maybe repeat for me, and I'm sorry if it's come up. Occupancy limits now, and if they're relaxed, how that fits. Taking the case of the mysterious convertible dining room off the table and just going strictly with occupancy limits?
I mean, we haven't considered that strongly in this analysis just by virtue of the fact that there is a condition, there's a criterion that talks about not increasing the extent of the nonconformity. So in this case, it's clear that those rooms as designed are counted as bedrooms. And then we use the bedrooms to determine the number of parking spaces. So it increases the number of parking spaces on the site. So it creates a conundrum because if you increase the parking requirements on the site, you either have to change something so that it doesn't increase the parking requirement, or they have to ask for a parking reduction. So in this case, if they ask for a parking reduction, it would require a site review. Again, typically with non-conforming uses, I don't know that there's a lot of good factors that would play into their side to allow a parking reduction more than what exists out there right now, given the constraints of the neighborhood.
Follow up, David?
Yep, go right ahead.
Thanks for that, Carl. And I think I appreciate where you're going with that. So occupancy limits themselves would limit the amount of people there. And even if they're relaxed, they would allow more people, yet less than 120. And that still doesn't govern for the city's analysis, because you're just considering if they are bedrooms and then they, based on past experience, they will be used as bedrooms. So it's like, okay. I'm sure the occupancy limits will come up later and we'll have a chance to talk about them. So thank you.
Okay, Lisa.
So just to reiterate, I know you've got it in charts, what is the current maximum legal unrelated who can live there? And what are we potentially looking at in the fall if you have that data available?
Well, as far as like potential changes because due to a referendum, I have no idea. I think in this case, there's an allowance of 94 occupants on the site based on the number of units and a rooming unit. So when they reduce the number of units to 18, that changes to 72. But I'm not sure about any potential changes.
Cool. Yeah, I have no idea what will happen or won't with that. I think it still may not be a very high number, but thank you, Carl.
All right. We ready to go on to the applicant presentation? All right, great. Okay, so let me look at my notes here. Generally, we do 10 minutes for applicant presentations. Who will be kicking us off?
I'll start with it.
Actually, Michael, if I could interrupt, we had asked for 15 and we're told that we had 15 minutes. So
okay, that's fine. I probably missed that in our agenda setting meeting. So
sorry, it's a nuanced topic, so we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll try to be quick and not repeat a bunch of stuff either. So I don't like wasting anybody's time. So
thank you.
So let me introduce myself, Michael Bosma. I think I've come across planning board a few times. There's some new members that I might not be familiar with, but I live at 1658 Violet Avenue in Boulder, Colorado. With me tonight, I have Bill Hollicky, Peter Weber, and Fabienne Baumann from Coburn Architects, and they're really going to dig into the details and the nuances of this project. I want to thank you guys first for hearing this, and I know it's a little bit different than what you guys have traditionally heard in the past. And I just want to start by saying that I think staff has done a great job on this, and we've really worked with staff. And I'm pretty familiar with the non-conforming use review, having done a few of these in the past. And, I never want to go before a board with a recommendation that staff doesn't support. And so that's not our goal here tonight. But as you guys know, there's a reason for a planning board, because planning board doesn't always agree with staff, applicant doesn't always agree with staff, city council doesn't always agree with planning board's decision. So we feel like this is really a unique situation on a project that we felt like we were doing a vast improvement to the nonconformity, and really deserves some additional discussion at a board level, where maybe you can use a little bit more of your discretionary review to make an opinion, because I feel like staff is generally supportive of this. But the way I interpret it is they're kind of handcuffed between the code. So non-conforming use, let's talk about it. And I think that the goal is to take projects that are non-conforming as a whole and make them less non-conforming going forward. And that's what we feel like we're doing. And I think Carl alluded to it, that really, the goal is to make visual improvements, make all these improvements to otherwise properties wouldn't get redeveloped and they would never improve and they'd stay stagnant. And so I think that we're accomplishing that, and we're making this thing better. And the way the code reads is that without increasing the degree of nonconformity. Okay. And so I look at that as, and I've always taken this approach, and staff has supported it in the past, in that there's, a degree in somebody's interpretation of what the degree of nonconformity is a subjective measure. And so you can kind of look at it like a thermometer or something. And, we're right now at the far right of nonconformity for the entire project as you look at it. We're not really asking to expand any living space on the property. The square footage improvements are for areas for long-term secured bike parking, something that's very important to the city, and also for ingress and egress out of some of the units, which actually counts as square footage. So the building footprint is staying the same essentially. And I think that's important because that alone takes out, I think, half of what a non-conforming use review reviews. Are we increasing the bulk, the structure, making it more non-conforming? Well, we're not. So really what we're talking about today is this issue of the use intensity, occupancy of the project. And I wasn't quite sure how Carl interpreted this, but really we're stuck sort of in a code conundrum, which I don't think typically applies in a normal site review or a new development review. As we stated before, we currently have 23 dwelling units and 1 rooming unit. And our allowable maximum occupancy is 94 occupants. It's 94. And we have large 2-bedroom units. We have some 3-bedroom units. It's the majority it's large units that people are double occupying as it exists today. And based on post-pandemic behaviors and all this, we've decided that, if we're going to take the opportunity to improve this building and take it to, into the next step and into the future, we really need to think about the redesign of these units and make them bigger. So are we increasing the number of bedrooms on the site? Technically, by code, yes, we are. And, it's kind of conflicting. And I don't want to get into an argument whether a dining room or the study is a bedroom or not. By the code, the way that it's written, it's interpreted that anything that can be used for living space over 70 square foot can be used for sleeping. So I don't think we want to argue that, but what this does is this provides, after the pandemic, we had a lot of residents in these units that had no privacy and no space. And so we were sort of backed into this. Originally, we showed them as bedrooms, and we didn't think it was a problem because we were completely reducing the amount of occupants by 22 occupants, which is a huge reduction in the number of people that could possibly live there. And they came back and said, well, this is creating a increase in the nonconformity of the site. And I said, yeah, but the overall site is becoming way less conforming. We know that, I mean, we're voluntarily giving up density and actual unit counts, where if, you know, this 3 unrelated parties, 4 unrelated parties gets turned over in the future, we can't capture those occupants back. And that's what's allowed to us currently under our rental licenses. So really what we're looking at here is we have, and I'm trying to make this as clear as possible at the highest level, is we understand why the city has that code in place, because there are a lot of non-conforming buildings on the Hill and in this area where people have put up illegal bedrooms to create increased occupancy, which, you know, is hard to enforce and it's, you know, difficult to do. We're not trying to create illegal bedrooms. We're not trying to put more people in these units than is legally allowed. That's just not the case. We're the exact opposite. We have more people allowable in these units than what we're proposing. We're just creating better living space where each individual or occupant of the unit can have its own private space for studying, for Zoom conferences. And if not, then they need a private secured place to do that stuff. So again, we understand why they have the definition of a bedroom as being anything where you can live over 70 square feet. And then we have this other piece of actual code that's in the development standards, which gives guidance for new construction and things going forward. And that's what would happen. But we already have a non-conforming site. And the demand for parking and the demand for off-street parking and the demand for all that is going to be based on the actual number of occupants that are on the site. And so I've done this, you know, almost this exact same thing. I did one actually right across the alleyway at 1029 Grandview, where we had a duplex, which was then turned into a triplex under a non-conforming use review. We had 7 existing parking spaces, occupancy went down, bedrooms went up, and staff actually encouraged us to decrease the parking to make everything more conforming. So anyways, I don't want to keep going on about this. I think it's there. What I really want you to get the point of is let's look at the entire project. Let's look at what it's capable of. And are we actually moving the degree of nonconformity over here, or are we bringing it down? And we strongly believe that we are, and we're creating a better project. So with that, Bill, why don't you get rolling?
All right, I'm just going to jump in. I'm going to explain some of the things that we're doing on the site that that we think are improving things and decreasing the nonconformity. I'm going to go super quick. I want to leave some time for Bill to get into some more of the nuances of this. So apologies for the quickness here. Could we go to the next slide?
Sorry, I'm trying to get this to move forward. There you go.
Okay, really what we're trying to do here is create a great place for people to live. We're trying to transform this building and its site into something that really works for the population that's going to live there today. Go ahead. That's going to come with improvements across the board, not just the exterior of the building, which you can see here. We're also changing the site significantly. Keep going, Carl. We're going to be adding street trees. We're going to change the site significantly. There's currently a pretty steep hill that runs up to the building that we're going to terrace so that we can have more usable areas. You can see that here, how we're going to terrace this. Those plants at the lower level will be low water plants, and then we'll flatten out that area at the top so it's much more usable than it is today. Keep going. We're also replacing the trash enclosure, which is all but disappeared at this point, and replacing some of the asphalt along the alley. Keep going, Carl. This is some of the existing conditions in the upper 3 images with the proposed conditions in the lower 3. You can see how we're going to change that steep hillside, which is really not good for much of anything except somersaults, into something that can be used much more effectively and bring those low water use plants in. And you can see how we're trying to improve the entry to the building from Marine Street in that lower center picture. Next. Just some more images of how we're going to improve the site. Let's go on. One of the things we want to try to do here is really upgrade the user experience, the accessibility of the site, and the resident safety. We're going to provide secure entrances for the building. That'll in turn provide protected entrances to the units. We're going to have closed bike storage and a place for mail and packages that are all now within the building rather than on the outside of the building, providing increased safety. We're also providing accessibility upgrades with new accessible parking spaces along the alley and accessible routes leading to all of the lower level units will be accessible per ANSI B. Keep going. This is the floor plan, existing floor plan on the left, the new floor plan on the right. Michael mentioned this lobby area that's going to live in between these two structures. That's where the mail will be. The significant indoor bike parking will be. That's where you'll be able to pick up your packages and enter and exit the building securely. Next. We're upgrading life safety and code compliance. The building will be entirely brought up to code. Most importantly, the Boulder Energy Code. And maybe secondly, or maybe even more important, is the addition of a fire sprinkler system. This is a wood frame building from 1967. It has no fire sprinkler system in it now. That'll go in as part of this project. Next.
And Carl, this is Bill Halicki with Coburn. If you could skip down to the second to last slide, we're just about out of time, so we'll cut to the chase here. What we're in is a situation where there's two ways to look at this. Staff wants to approve this. We all know it's way better than it was. We want this approved. It's going to be better for the neighborhood. It reduces the number of people. It reduces the density. But we're stuck with this little piece of code. There's a couple of ways that the planning board can create action that makes this work. The first is to remember that it's not just the bedrooms that determine the required parking by code. There's three other things that do it. There's a maximum number of people per unit in RMX of 4. Then we have the occupancy limits for unrelated people that Lisa mentioned. Regardless of whether or not they change, that change would apply to the current or the new site. So in either case, the fewer number of units creates a code required fewer number of people. And then there's the license agreement, which is only 4 people per unit. So to just pick the parking related to the bedrooms is ignoring 3 other pieces of code. And those other pieces of code create a situation where it is not allowed for there to be any more than 72 units in the site, period. Doesn't matter if that's a bedroom or a dining room or what. And we're happy if you want to ask questions to walk through the thinking in the dining room and the privacy, but it doesn't matter if there's 20 bedrooms or 1 bedroom, the maximum number of people on the site with 18 units is 72. So it's a decrease in every way. The other way, the other path the planning board has to approve this, so you could just find that that meets the requirement for not increasing the nonconformity. The other way is to simply say that when looked at, the project, as Michael mentioned, is a reduction in nonconformity. And you have to look at the whole thing. We're making the outside of the building nicer. The street section, the landscaping, the sidewalks are all going to be better. There's going to be bike parking available to people that currently have to stash a bike somewhere under a bed, which is a whole lot harder to get around on. There's going to be increases in life safety with fire sprinklers, which we're trying to get into every building in the city if we can. There's bringing the building up to code. There's getting the building height compliant. We're reducing the number of units by 25% from 24 to 18 and reducing the occupants to from 94 to 72. So clearly it's bringing the building into compliance and staff agrees. We all want this. Staff's been great to work with. The dining rooms are actually a suggestion they came up with to try to figure out a way to make it fit. But you can just find that it meets the non-conforming use review criteria. So either of these 2 bullet points on the bottom will get us to an approval and get this thing that everybody wants. So finally, we don't care if that's a bedroom or a dining room or what. It's about the number of people allowed in the units. So thank you. And I'm sure there'll be questions. We're happy to tackle them.
Okay, well, thank you, Bill, Pete, Michael, for that presentation. So yes, let's go ahead and open it up to the board for questions for the applicant. Anyone want to kick us off? I'm sure, Georgie, let's go with you first and then Lisa.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little confused. So this is a question for the applicant. I'd like to understand sort of the financial modeling behind the project, how many occupants per unit, when you take the 3-bedroom unit with the dining room, what are your assumptions behind that? And how did it change, or did it change from when you turned that bedroom into a dining room?
I'll jump in real quick and then Michael can chime in. But first of all, Georgie, I don't know how you could possibly be confused about something that took us and staff about 4 months to even wrap our heads around. 15 minutes. So the idea, look, the big change is the change in the way college students are functioning. I have a kid in college right now, so it's kind of near and dear to my heart. But it was accelerated by COVID. But the idea that kids are taking classes remotely and doing work in private outside of the classroom is a big deal. And so when you put 3 kids in a bedroom, that doesn't work very well. So the idea is to get everybody into their own bedroom. The occupancy limit for the units is 4 bedrooms. Everybody gets their own bedroom, which also doubles as their Zoom room and their homework room. So when staff said, hey, you know, if you got rid of one of those bedrooms and made it public space, then it would work from a parking standpoint. We said, well, okay, except for now we're getting away from that. Now we've got double occupancy and people don't have a place to do private work. So no problem. We'll put in a dining room. We can double up occupancy in the bedrooms, fine. But there's a private place for someone to take a class still in that dining room. And then we got into the definition of bedroom and the concern about how that might function. So we kind of threw our hands up and said, well, that wasn't the point. You know, we don't want to game the system. We really do. We really are reducing the number of people by 22. So that's the intent. So Michael, do you want to add how that kind of works from a model?
Yeah, I think from a modeling perspective, it looks bizarre on the outside because, you know, I've done a lot of projects and this is the first one where we've actually requested to decrease the density of it. It's all about number of units you can get. And on this one, it's about the quality of the units and the rentability and the livability for the quality of the people living in them. And we learned a lot. Post-pandemic behavior has changed the world a lot. And we had a lot of people who were saying, I can't go to the library. I don't have my own space. And, you know, I was a college kid on financial aid and we packed as many kids as we could into bedrooms and stuff. And I know how that works. But the guiding factor of this thing is that we're no longer going to, you know, kids will double occupy all day, but we want to create a better living space for them and a more rentable unit.
And that speaks, the last part of that is the management side. Right now, with the occupancy limits that currently exist on the site, it's very difficult to manage that building because people can put multiple people in a bedroom, still staying within that 4 units maximum, 4 people per unit maximum, and it becomes really challenging. With a bedroom for each person, it's really simple. That can be in the lease agreement. That's the way it works. That's the way it's managed. It's very simple. And there's you know, the RMX, the unrelated occupancy, and the rental license agreement that all enforce that. So it makes it a very easy building to manage. And that's part of it too. And they can charge more for each unit a little bit because now it's a better quality unit. People aren't trying to split it 3 ways.
So just to clarify, your modeling has not changed. You still anticipate 4 people in those units, irrespective of whether or not that's called a dining room or a bedroom.
That's what we're asking for. We're asking for planning board to approve it, assuming 4 people per unit. And we're not asking for that to be called a dining room. We're asking for that to be called a bedroom. So you would approve 4 bedroom units.
I don't even think the bedrooms, I like to get away from the bedroom thing because, you know, I was a little bit confused with staff's presentation where they said, well, under this new configuration, and I don't think that's where they were going, that the potential occupancy could go up to 120. I mean, that would be against the law and we could lose our rental licenses if that were the case. So that's not the intent at all. And I don't think that's what staff's intent was, but I think it was a little bit confusing because we can't go above 72. That's the occupancy and the rental licenses is set in stone with the reduction of the units.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have, I didn't see who was next, so raise your hand. Let's go with Lisa and then Sarah.
So I don't mean to belabor the point, but I want to kind of further try to tease apart the occupancy versus bedrooms and versus things that aren't bedrooms but don't have a closet. So per unit, how many occupants are you, and compare it to the number of bedrooms if you can, not counting the dining room.
Sure.
What are you anticipating in terms of like what you would be planning to rent it to? You know, when you were advertising it to folks and signing leases with them, what exactly would that look like? And does that change at all? And I believe you just answered this. Does that change at all depending on whether or not there's a half wall into a dining room or a closed wall into a dining room?
Okay, I get the question. I'm sorry to be a little dense with the question previously, but now I understand. So everyone, staff and applicant, we all agree that the limitation for the number of people in the building is 72 per code, occupancy limits, and the rental license. 3 pieces of code say that. When we were working with staff for the dining room and staff was making that suggestion, it wasn't intended, nor would it have changed the number of people that could live in the unit. All it would do was change the number of bedrooms, which would address the bedroom code that says so many parking spaces per bedroom. We would have then put another person as a double up in a bedroom, which is why that dining room wanted to be private, because now you have 2 people sharing a bedroom or 2 groups of 2 sharing a bedroom, and they can't take private classes. There's no private space. So we said, okay, great. We'll make the dining room have a door so they can close the door and attend the class or Zoom call or whatever they're doing that needs to be private. But it wouldn't have changed the number of people. Both applicant and staff agree. It's still 72 people, 4 people per unit. It just means that multiple people would sleep in one bedroom.
Great, thank you. That is helpful. Sarah?
Thanks, Lisa. So you all keep missing from my perspective, you all are ignoring the issue that staff keeps bringing up, which is because those rooms are configured as bedrooms or fit the city's definition of a bedroom,
right,
it changes the parking requirement. And the parking requirement would go up from 30 to 45. And that would be an impact on the neighborhood. So I understand that you all want us to talk about this as an occupancy issue. The city's talking about it as a increase in nonconformity and impacts on the surrounding area. So I'd like to understand what you would do to prevent that increase. From my perspective, what you're trying to do is avoid having to supply the additional 15 parking spots. So what is your solution? Why not accept the city's suggestion of changing the bedroom, the dining room configuration in any of the ways the city suggested, which still would create private space?
It's a really valid question. So let me address that in a couple of ways. When the staff went through the use review criteria, and it's in your packet, there were 3 use review criteria that they found the project not to be in compliance with because of this potential parking issue. 2 of them don't talk about the code at all. They only talk about real world impacts. And by code, again, we have to review the project according to the code. It's not like how we feel about it. It's according to the code. By code, the occupancy has to go down. And so when you look at the code, you can't just pick a section out of it. There are 4 things that control how much parking load there are, because again, we're in a non-conforming use review. So we're not talking about what is the code required parking. We're talking about how much parking need will there be compared to the existing project. There are 4 pieces of code that control that. Occupancy limit, unrelated occupants, the occupancy limit of RMX, the rental license agreement, which is only 4, and the parking per bedroom. So from our point of view, staff is ignoring 3 pieces of code that are more restrictive than 1 piece. So this piece by bedrooms never comes into play because there are 3 pieces of code that are more restrictive than that are pushing the amount of allowed people and parking need down, and the actual impacts on the site are decreasing. So then from a practical, so that's the one side of it. We believe that very clearly, legally, by code, the more restrictive pieces of code apply. But the other part of it is, let's just forget about the code for a second and talk about the actual impacts. The number of people that are going to live here is going to be less. It has to be less. It's required to be less, and they can lose their license if it's not less. And so staff is worried that, hey, some nefarious player is going to come along and put an extra, they would have to put an extra 25 people in the building before it would have more people in it than are currently in it now. And, if we apply that metric to all of our code, then we're assuming that people are breaking the law all over the place. And the only reaction to that is to be incredibly restrictive throughout. But again, this isn't a project from scratch. It's a comparison to what exists now. And so it's clearly going to go down. What we don't want to do is be in a position where, if they say, okay, well, you can make this dining room, but if it becomes a bedroom, it's a problem. Well, it's still the same number of people in the unit. If there's 4 bedrooms or if there's 2 bedrooms and a huge pool hall, you're still allowed to be 4 people in the unit, whether they're doubled up in a bedroom or not. Doesn't make much sense. So yeah, the dining room is a potential solution, but it's not the best for the students. It doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't make any sense from a code perspective. So that's the reason that we're here.
I guess, Bill, that you're suggesting what is being suggested, as I understand it, is people double up in the bedroom and then you leave the room that could be configured as a bedroom empty so someone can go study in there, rather than just accepting it as a bedroom so someone could stay in that bedroom and do their work there. And my sense is that it's because you are trying to get around the non-conformity issue that has to do with the increased parking. I mean, I think I'm hearing everything that your team is saying, and you keep trying to get us to focus on these other things. But what staff has brought to us is the non-conforming nature of the proposal under 9-2-15E and F. And so that's what we're asking you about. And you keep telling us to go look at other things. I'm a little frustrated.
I think I'd like to try. First of all, we are also, as part of this, and I think it got glanced over because I rambled on too long, but we also are implementing a TDM plan, which will improve the parking situation. But staff has said that, yes, and I think we agree. If you go by the rule of the code, we agree that that one piece of it is becoming more non-conforming. But the criteria for approval is not each individual piece of the project becoming less non-conforming. It's the project in its entirety. And I think that's the decision that you guys have discretion to make. And Peter, I'll let you go. And we thought we've done that and accomplished it in a very good way with smart design.
So I'd like to give Hella a chance to come in, then Peter, and then Lisa.
Yeah, as in staff's presentation, Carl identified 3 nonconformities: lot area per dwelling unit, usable open space per dwelling unit, and required off-street parking. And the use review criteria have, as far as I know, always been interpreted such that there can't be an increase of nonconformity in any of those 3 nonconformities, or there can't be an increase in each of them if the finding is for an approval that there is a site improvement. Oh, I'm mixing up what it states. There has to be a decrease, or there has to be a site improvement without an increase. So you have to make that finding for each of those 3. It's not an overall balance of those 3. That's how it's always been applied.
I have 3 examples of projects where it was applied differently. So, obviously we need to be careful about how it's always been done.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and I think the key is that there is code that maps bedrooms to parking requirements, and that's that is there, and it doesn't mean that it can get balanced out by other things. Is that it is an area of non-conformance. Is that
what I'm saying is the code has never been applied, as far as I know, to say, okay, we're reducing the nonconformity for the usable open space requirement, and therefore it's okay to increase the off-street parking nonconformity because it evens out. You look at each nonconformity separately, and what is a nonconforming use is defined in the code, and it goes to density by lot area per dwelling unit, usable open space per dwelling unit, and required off-street parking. There could be other nonconformities, but those are the three that exist here.
Thanks, Hella. Can we move on to Peter's question, or do you want to weigh in, Carl?
I was just going to add, you know, when you look at that one criterion that says that Hella referenced, it's an either or criterion. So it says there has to be a reduction in the nonconformity, or there's an improvement of the appearance without increasing the extent of the nonconformity. So the way we look at that is with respect to parking, the parking requirement on the site today based on the number of units is 30 parking spaces. So they're not reducing that requirement. So they're improving the site and the building. So that puts it in that or category. So that means without increasing the extent of the nonconformity. So in this case, our analysis is that they're increasing the extent of the parking, because the parking requirement goes from 30 to 45. So I think that's the key criterion that we're basing our analysis on.
Yeah, and then, so I don't think staff and the applicant are in agreement with how this works. So nobody's arguing about it. I think that what we're saying is that that is true from a code standpoint. And planning board has a discretion to also look at the code standpoint for the other limitations for the number of cars that are going to be on the site. There isn't anything in the site review criteria that points to that specific section of code that Carl talked about without talking about any other section of code. In fact, you can go through the site review criteria. Parking is not mentioned, but instead, in general, not as a code thing. The three other things that govern the number of cars that are going to be on the site are the occupancy limits on RMX, the number of unrelated people per dwelling unit, and the rental license, all of which will decrease the number of people on site by code. So if we're talking about code, it's code, right? It's not how many people might cram into either of the two situations. In staff's code compliant version, where there's a dining room without a wall, somebody could put bunk beds in there and put in 6 people. I mean, that could also happen. We're talking about whether it conforms with code, and these 3 other sections of code allow planning board the discretion to approve it, in our opinion. Neither applicant nor staff are saying there's going to be any difference in the amount of people allowed. It's always 72. It's just a matter of how livable it is, from our opinion.
Okay, and we'll probably need to, during deliberation, kind of further hash out whether planning board can, rationally make a particular decision. But let's go to Peter. You've been waiting for quite a while, and I know that I have at least one question.
No problem at all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I've been looking for the demolition plan. If there is one on the application, can you tell me what the square footage of the dining room is? And by the way, you should have called it a study room. Then that would have been more believable. And I know you were fitting this into multiple realities here, because I know where you're getting at, which is its private bedroom. But what is the size of that dining room? They look to be about the same size per floor.
They are about the same size per floor, Peter, and it's about a 90 square foot room.
Okay, so staff, Carl, if that was a 69 square foot room, we wouldn't be here today.
Correct.
Is that wall coming down and going back up? What is the demolition plan for these units?
The interior of these units of the buildings are really being gutted and reconfigured. So
okay.
It's a new configuration entirely on the floor plan.
Can you tell me about your decision process when you could have done a 69 square foot room?
It's a tiny room. And I want to remind you that the 4 occupants per unit, we're fine with calling that a bedroom, 4-bedroom unit.
I know, but when you call it a bedroom, it triggers parking. So
Understood.
Yeah, we're here and often criticized for not following the code, and that's what we're doing right now, is you say bedroom, we say parking. It's going to happen every time because that's why we're here. It's not an ideal situation for sure. So
I think what we're asking is to apply a level of practicality to this. We understand, we know full well that the code relates parking spaces to bedroom count. We fully understand that. What we're trying to say is that from a practical standpoint, and actually from a legal standpoint, you can't actually have, we're reducing the number of people that will be on the site, therefore practically reducing the amount of parking that's going to be needed.
I follow all that 100% and have. And Sarah's point and why I was going to raise my hand anyway, but when Michael was responding to Sarah, it felt to me like it was continuing to miss the point that she was trying to bring up. Because I think we all hear those things, and I think we understand those things because we're up here often trying to interpret the code. And this is a great example of an outcome that I think everybody would want, which is a better building. And it's a post-Zoom reality and just a reality period, that room to study. I get that. And then you're only held up on this interpretation. And we just went through how one, okay, so let me ask one more question. And this is for staff, and it'll sound elementary. Let's just say that, okay, so would 15 parking spots resolve this, Carl?
If the applicant were to add 15 spots to the site?
Yes.
Yeah, if they added parking that met the code and it didn't increase the extent of nonconformity, obviously this is a very constrained site, but yeah, if it met the parking, there wouldn't be a concern.
Follow up and last question, what solutions do we have? How do parking spots get fabricated out of thin air when there isn't any on site? What tools are available to us to arrive at parking agreements that would provide for 15 parking spots? Or is that just beyond comprehension of even being possible in any way, shape, or form? And I know that you're not going to add 15 spots on the street, and you're probably not going to dig into this site, but I'm just curious what other tools are available before we deliberate.
I mean, obviously there's, like I mentioned before, they could ask for a parking reduction. I'm not familiar if we've ever considered a parking reduction with a non-conforming use review, because then again, it still doesn't meet the criteria.
Sure, skip the parking reduction. Let's say that doesn't happen.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's a balance of the number of units on the site, the open space, the footprint of the building, and these are sites that have a density much bigger than what is allowed today.
Can they rent?
It'd be very difficult.
Are they able to rent parking spots anywhere nearby? Does that the way it was in a commercial?
I mean, again,
spot?
that's something we would look at in a parking reduction, no other process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good questions, Peter. And can I just add one thing on top of Peter's that's related? My big question was what options were looked at to have walled off rooms that wouldn't fall under the category of bedroom. And Peter, you really hit on a good one with square footage. I just wonder if there are any other ones. And square footage actually raised the question, could you make 2 little cubicle study rooms instead of 1 dining room? Since they're small, they could be walled off. So are there any other ways you could wall it off and just make sure it's not defined as a bedroom, or once you get to that square footage, you're just required to call it a bedroom? I guess that's my question, Carl.
I think there's any number of ways that they could redesign it to not meet the definition of bedroom. And I think what you suggest is something they could do, like breaking it into smaller rooms, or.
Yeah. I wonder, I mean, I guess there's no like permanent seat you could put in the room or something that would, if it were the bigger configuration, would there be anything you could do in there? Notice there's no closet, but that doesn't come into play, I guess, but I don't know if there's anything else.
There's a life safety code issue. You're not allowed to have a habitable room less than 70 square feet, which is why the city declares a room less than 70 square feet not a bedroom. It's also not a study, a dining room, It can only be a closet. You can't occupy it legally.
Oh, but it could be used as a study room? I didn't quite catch
No,
that.
it can't be an occupiable room, so it could be storage, right? It could be a closet, but it can't
Oh.
be dining room study, and that's why the City of Boulder code is like that.
Okay.
That's why that 70 square feet is the magic number.
Okay, I'll go to Lisa then, and I don't know if anybody else was in queue, but Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll actually start off with what you said and then shift into something else. That's really interesting that it can't be a study room because for sure, and I know that they don't fall under city code, but there's an awful lot of non-rooms then on CU's campus, from music practice rooms to study carrels to a lot of other stuff. So perhaps we found another interesting thing to address in our code, which is beyond the purview of what we're going to do here tonight. I just want to make sure that I fully understand. So this could be staff, this could be the applicant. What is the current allowed occupancy? What are the current number of parking places that already exist? And then could you reiterate the maximum occupancy for the new development and the number of parking places that you're proposing? I just want to make sure that we understand how occupancy, I believe, is shifting down and parking spaces are shifting up, I think is the change, but please help me see if I'm
Okay,
right.
so the existing conditions, the maximum occupancy is 94. And based on the number of units on the site, the required parking based on the existing condition is 30 parking spaces. There are, in our analysis, 24 spaces on the site. Again, mostly non-standard. So going into the proposed, the occupancy would go down to 72. But with the increase in bedrooms, as it's defined in the code, the parking requirement would increase from 30 to 45.
And there's going to be 24 in the proposal still.
Yeah.
So just to follow up, so they already are non-conforming in terms of parking? Okay.
Correct.
And with the bedrooms, I'm sorry, Lisa, I didn't mean to jump in, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So with the rooms that are being called dining rooms, but legally meet, or from a code perspective, are bedrooms, they would have to not just add 15, they'd actually have to add 21 to get to code from where they are right now. Okay.
At the same time as legal occupancy, and again, there can be challenges with enforcement and oversight and all of that, but at the same time as legal occupancy drops from 94 to 72.
And again, our concern too is that, there's statements that wouldn't be legal, but again, we're from years of dealing with issues on the Hill where things have been done illegally over time when there's not oversight or a condition that's not all that enforceable. We've seen these things happen. I've talked to our enforcement staff. So that's where we're having our concern. And again, the bedroom definition in the code is written in response to these very types of issues.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to say that people would or wouldn't follow the code, but I certainly know people who have rapidly moved out of a non-bedroom. I mean, it is a thing that happens.
Yeah, and I wanted to add too that the maximum allowed occupancy, the occupancy is based on number of units, and the parking requirement is based on number of bedrooms. And the reason is there's an impact analysis associated with that. Saying that there are 94, if this, as it's currently constructed, is fully occupied to the max allowed, that would mean that those 11 one-bedroom units all have 4 occupants. And that seems unlikely. So there is a likelihood of higher parking needs if there's more bedrooms in a unit. Mm-hmm. But the maximum allowed occupancy is the same.
Thank you, Paula.
That's really helpful. Can I, I think Lupita's hand went up first and then Georgie.
If we're still in the applicant's question period, I think that math is important to address. Even if you assume that only 2 people are in each of those 2 one-bedroom units, it's still a decrease in the number of occupants. It's important to keep that in mind. So whatever assumptions you make about how many people are in a bedroom currently, it's still a decrease in the number of occupants.
Thank you. I think that Hela's point was kind of important to explain why there's a different calculation on that in that part of the code, because it's something we just need to consider. So Lupita and then Georgie.
Yeah, so I'm listening attentively. I'm trying to figure out, where we are with this. So thank you, Hela, for making it very clear. So I think we all now are on the same page regarding the code being very clear about none of the three pieces can be violated. So we have talked about the one that is not being addressed, and is the parking situation. Now, the applicant keeps going back to occupancy. I got the point. I got it the first or second time you mentioned it. It's been repeated. We don't need it to hear anymore. Now, if you get back to the parking situation, I think Peter brought up what I will think probably the most feasible way forward, which is, why don't we work together to figure out if there is a possibility that the one piece that is definitely not working can be worked out. If that is not something that the applicant is interested in, we should hear that so that we don't go around and around with this thing anymore. And then we decide that maybe the other option would be go back to the drawing board and see if you can come up with a plan where none of these parts of the code get violated. And so therefore they can be doing. Now, I wanna add something, because I'm very appreciative of you thinking of the students in the COVID era, where I think the idea of students needing private space to have their endless Zoom meetings is legitimate. I deal with that. I have one college student, one high schooler, and me on my own meetings. We isolate in our own rooms to do this meeting. So I hear you, and I understand that it's probably drawing some of this legitimate concerns, how you can serve the students. I appreciate that, and name of the students. But for the perspective of the city, and since we actually are here to serve the city, I would like to kind of go in that direction that Peter initially brought up, if possible. But I really think that we need to make sure that we stick with the problem. Now,
Are you going to a question? Thank you.
Yeah, so the question was, is there a chance for the applicant to entertain a discussion about how they can possibly bring the missing parking that will bring the project into compliance? And if that is a no, then maybe what will be the next best thing? And the city can say, go back and try again in a different manner. So I think this is kind of, we're going in circles. And so I would like to help, because I really would like to make this work if it's possible. But the answer that a discussion about occupancy is going to take over the discussion about parking, it's just not going to happen. So I'm just going to stop it there, because this is what I am right now. One group is talking about one thing and the other group is about something else. I want all of us to talk about the one thing that is not working. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think that will come in very useful during deliberation. I don't know that we have a question there for the applicant to answer right now, but we can always bring you in when we talk. Georgie, you want to?
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion around the theoretical occupancy of the units today. I'm curious, I'd like to know the real current occupancy, the number of people in these buildings today, not what it could have in there if doubled up, but how many occupants are actually in it today?
Michael, do you know that?
Yeah, I don't actually have that exact number. I was just running a little math that, I would say a large portion of them are 4 occupants. I'd say there's probably some that are 2 and a few that are 3. Obviously, everybody's looking for, in today's, price, they want to, share bedrooms and things like that. I think if you kind of just split it 3 ways down the middle and said a third of them are double, a third or triple, and a third or 4, which I think is probably light and conservative on the number, you're at 70. So, I'm sorry I don't have that answer, but that's most likely, I would say, somewhere in the ballpark.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. It's helpful to understand sort of the parking parameters of how it actually functions practically today versus what the theoretical maximum occupancy is.
And like I said, I think that's light and being conservative, but I don't want to, say that we're packing, illegal people in or anything like that without knowing, and they're not. And it's, it's probably greater than that significantly, but.
Okay.
Scramble squad cars.
Any other questions specifically before? I know we're going to have some pretty interesting discussion when we deliberate as well, but it might be nice for the public to be able to weigh in now if we're ready to move on to that. Are we okay? Great. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up the public hearing for this. And again, we're going to we probably don't have, let's see. Yeah, we only have 10 attendees, so I don't think we have to worry about the 3-minute limit. And let's go ahead and have Jean take over. And please remember to give your name and address. And if you're representing an organization, we'd love to hear that. Go ahead, Jean.
Great, thanks, David. Okay, I see one person with hand up at the moment, Lisa Spalding. Lisa, you may go ahead with your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jane. I'm representing the University Hill Neighborhood Association's Design Review Committee, and we strongly support staff's recommendation that you deny use review for an expansion of the non-conforming use at 1024 Marine. But before I start getting into the prepared remarks, I just have to tell you, this is absolutely crazy making, the discussion that was going on before. Hella has nailed it. The basic idea is the paper occupancy for the way that we figure rental licenses is 4 people for a 1-bedroom apartment. So you get to this huge number like 92, and it's impossible. So that is the first thing you really have to understand. The other thing is, apart from parking, you have overcrowded blocks of buildings with multiple dwelling units housing mostly undergraduate students, and they can be disruptive and dangerous. And the riot in March is the most recent example of that. The increase in bedrooms, hence occupancy, negatively impacts the professionals and serious CU students living in the area. They're contending with noise, trash, parties, loud late night drunks walking back from downtown. And this housing is going to be so much more expensive. If you actually stuck with the code, Boulder Housing Partners would be able to go in, buy up some of these rundown buildings and do affordable housing for the professionals. There are young professionals living in this neighborhood. They could walk to CU, their jobs. I know one, you can walk to CU for your job. You could walk downtown for your job, but they can't afford to live here. And the most important thing is, if you want to change the code, change the code. Staff is, in this instant, we really believe that staff is taking a stand on corruption. The attempt to mask 2-bedroom apartments as 1-bedrooms and 4-bedroom apartments as 3-bedrooms, but describing them as dining rooms. No one builds student housing with dining rooms. So change the code or stick with the code. Right now, you've got a code. If you encourage skirting around this code with all of this conversation, that, especially around these paper occupancies, you're really doing a disservice to the city, to the neighborhood, and you are not acting with integrity. So that's basically, and we need to redo the way the rental licenses figure occupancy. That's kind of the bottom line. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, if anyone else would like to address the board, please raise your hand now. David, I see no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Jean. I guess that we waited a few seconds there, and if there are no more hands.
Here we go. Right.
We see some.
Lynn, I saw your hand briefly, but then not, so. Okay, all right, one more. Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you can go ahead.
I think it had a mind of its own.
It does that sometimes.
Sorry. This is interesting. This is a lot to take. Well, Lisa had it too, Marpa, and this in 1 week. The code is not being met here, and that's the main thing I wanted to bring up. The proposed change or expansion will either, underlined either, reduce the degree of nonconformity of the use or improve the physical appearance of the structure or the site without increasing the degree of nonconformity. Now, what Holicky is trying to say is that he's helped the nonconformity, but that doesn't matter. It has to be not increasing the degree of nonconformity. So this should not be approved. Let me get my other screen on here to see you as I was looking at my other screen. Fixing up the place and making things better, just like with Marpa House, doesn't change. There's parking that's increased from their disagreement to have that dining room as with a half wall on it. This is another example of just, it reminds me of Seattle where there were cardboard walls, you know, in the university district. And the idea is these things are going to be so expensive that they're going to jam people into the place. And when they do, there's going to be parking troubles, even with the City of Boulder's regulations of one space, and I believe it's per 300 square feet, or if it's per 90 square feet, if you turn that dining room into a bedroom. I wish there could be more of a dialogue or an open house where people, like, I'm sorry that I'm just not smart enough to figure this out. I think I know how to think about it, but I have so many questions that are unanswered. I'm sorry, I can't give you better advice. But as a result, I have to say definitely do not approve this project. When maybe I could be on Bill's side and be, you know, encouraging it somehow. But I can't see how that could be, because people, it has to go by the proposed people by the quantity of space. Granted that you can have any amount of people living in there anyway, and it's probably going to get violated, but there has to be some constraint. And the cost of housing in Boulder is going up so much by approving any kind of extras like this. And it's just, the whole community is priced out of housing here.
Thanks so much, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn. So at this point, I guess we are ready to turn to the applicant and see if there was anything you would like to respond to. Bill?
Slightly. Yeah, so I would just say this. The intent here was to make something a lot better, a lot less impactful. And if the board feels that the proposal is not doing that, then we're open to suggestions. You know, you saw the list of things that will be better. It's going to be better for the neighborhood. It's going to be less people there, and that's the idea. The reason we came to the planning board is because just looking at it on the face, when we looked at the code requirements, whether there are 4 people in 4 bedrooms as a maximum or 4 people in 1 bedroom as a maximum, we thought, well, why don't we ask and see if we can get a better living arrangement? Having said that, if the board feels that they can support that, great. If the board feels that they can't, what we would ask is for an approval with a condition that the bedroom count not create a situation where the parking count increases from what it is now. In that, we would work with staff. If you approved it that way, then we would have to work with staff to give that a half wall or to remove the wall, or maybe we could find a way to make it a small room or whatever it would take. But again, the idea is to make it better for the neighborhood and the students and everybody. And so this was a way to say, hey, can we win everything? If planning board feels that there isn't a win there for everyone, then we would be willing to accept a condition that planning board feels is code compliant.
So with the condition, that would mean then it would not come back to us as a call-up. And if we denied it, would you could go do that negotiation and it would come back to us as a call-up. Is that the only difference there, or is there some other?
Yeah, no, that's the only difference. We would all have to do this again, and it feels like we've talked it through. And or you're about to talk it through, and if you know what you want to do, we just want to make it clear that we're willing to accept your ruling now. Otherwise, you're just going to call it up and give us a ruling later, and we all have to do it twice. So. Whatever works best for planning board, we understand.
Okay, thanks. Thanks,
Thank
Bill.
you.
Carl, did you want to?
We do have an alternate motion, should the board go in the direction of what Bill had suggested, just basically an instruction that we work with the applicant on a configuration that wouldn't qualify as a bedroom and return back to the board for decision.
Okay. So that's good to keep in mind. We may end up asking to read carefully through this alternative motion at some point. But so at this point, I think we're ready to deliberate. I know that we have another agenda item after this. We're not past our 10 o'clock cutoff for having to vote, but I don't know. I guess at this point, the parking. I don't know how long we're going to go, so I don't. I guess if anybody has a strong opinion whether we should consider tabling the final agenda item or if we think we could push through. My sense is we might be able to get through this in a fairly reasonable amount of time, but.
Well, we still have, we have to do commitments for commission and board liaisons too.
Yeah, that generally doesn't take very long, though, I don't think. I mean, it hasn't in the past, but I'm more concerned about keeping a bunch of staff here for another.
So I personally would like to not be here late. I've had an insane week and would prefer if we could wrap it up after, not go to this item 6A, maybe push that off if it's possible. That's my own personal take on this.
Anybody else? I know Lupita, you.
I had already expressed I was tired before the meeting started.
We got a couple of board members who are pretty tired. Staff, what do you want to? Does anybody want to weigh in with a preference on how impactful it would be to move 6A to the next meeting? The AMPS update. Hi, Chris.
Good evening, Planning Board. We are planning to go to a study session with council later in June. So if we can be sure to meet with you all prior to that at the next meeting, but I'm not sure where that fits with your next agenda.
I don't have the next agenda right up in front.
I'm checking right now here. We have a concept plan our next meeting is May 20th.
Yeah.
And we have a concept plan. And then Phil was going to come back and discuss CU South annexation with us again. But he said it wasn't very long. He doesn't even actually have any any materials for us. He was just going to basically talk with you and ask, see if you had any questions and stuff. So
right, I think Phil's CU South update will be brief, but the concept plan that you'll be reviewing on the 20th is Diagonal Plaza. So I would anticipate that that's likely a 2-hour item.
That's pretty hefty.
If we push AMPS out, and forgive me, Chris, if I have this wrong, I mean, could we put AMPS first so that staff doesn't have to sit through it and then do Diagonal Plaza second? I'm just wondering if AMPS is actually going to be fairly quick, and I appreciate other planning boards' request not to have it tonight. But if it's a relatively short item, then putting it first at our next meeting might, give a little time back to staff and kind of get it knocked out of the way before we dive into Diagonal.
Chris, how long is your item, you think?
We have about a 10 to 15 minute presentation and followed just by some questions for discussion. We went to UCAMC on Monday, and I think our item was done in about half an hour.
Yeah, I would, having gone through AMPS updates before, I would think a half hour would be okay. I don't know. I mean, I guess I just wanted to check in with people. I guess the easiest thing, because we've got a tight schedule coming up in future weeks, would be just to try to power through. But I understand that we've got 2 board members that are pretty tired. Anybody else want to comment? I mean, I'd be willing, but I don't want to step on toes. And these guys have already sat here for a while.
I feel bad making them sit through the next discussion. I just don't know how long we're going to spend talking on this, and I think it could go long. And so if that takes a long time, then I could see a situation where we make them wait, and then we're like, oh, now we're not going to talk to you. And
Right.
I'm not sure.
That's what I'm a little concerned about. Are we willing to put it in the next one and at the beginning? Or is that okay?
And I'll do whatever everybody else wants.
And that way you guys don't have to wait through a whole deliberation. Cindy, you want to comment? You okay with that?
It's completely up to you guys. If you want to continue it to May 20th, I will shift everything around, and Chris, I can get all the information to you. I'll shift it all around for you guys.
But we can't really put it first because it matters, right?
You can do whatever you want as the chair.
We can shift the
Just
agenda.
don't call it a bedroom, whatever you do, David.
Yeah. Okay, let's plan on doing that then if everybody seems to be converging on that. Does that make sense? Because that way we don't keep you guys up till the middle of the night, and we can focus on this and then be really ready to concentrate in 2 weeks.
And maybe after that last conversation, it would have beleaguered the point.
I wonder maybe we could consider, and we don't have to do this right now, maybe starting the May 20th meet or whenever our next meeting is a little earlier. Because we know we're going to have the Diagonal Plaza concept plan. Just a thought, we don't have to decide here, but that way we don't end up having to decide something at 10:30 at night.
Just as I know we have a lot of new board members who aren't as seasoned as some. Just putting this out there, we've done that before and it never goes off very well.
Okay.
Just putting that out there.
Okay.
Do we just not show up? Do we all forget? What do we do?
No, the public doesn't respond to that very well because we're used to 6 p.m.
But if we start with a non-public item, maybe that helps a little bit.
Yeah, because does AMPS have like a public component, or would it just be an update?
Well, it's
It
where
would
we
be just
bury
an
all the
update.
QAnon stuff when we start at 5, and then
It
you
would-
know.
That would be just a matters item and it would not have any public.
The public would have shown up today to speak in the first public hearing or the public comment if they had any comment. Of course, somebody in the next 2 weeks could think up a comment, but we didn't hear anything today, assuming that we were going to hear. So it doesn't seem like we're being too disrespectful of the public. Since they did have a chance to weigh in today. And we'll still have the general public comment before. So they'll have another opportunity to weigh in at 5 o'clock. It would be a little earlier. So sounds like it's a net positive.
Okay.
So why don't we do a poll on the 5 o'clock start separate from this?
5 o'clock or 5:30?
5 o'clock, I would say. Yeah.
I'd suggest 5:30 if we think we can keep it to a half an hour, then we can just go on with the normal meeting.
Okay.
5's a little hard for a standard workday to start right at 5.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
All right.
so we do a poll.
Are everybody okay with a 5:30 start next time in order to not keep staff here forever? And then we'll put AMPS on the beginning of the next agenda.
Okay.
Right after the general public comment.
Sorry,
Is that
Chris.
okay for your staff, Chris? Would a 5:30 start be acceptable?
Okay.
Yes, it works for me. I don't want to speak for Chris Haglund, but that works great.
Okay. I'll get,
Works for me as well.
okay.
Okay.
Thanks,
so
Chris's.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry, I didn't want to go any further down the road and then have you guys find this out at 11 o'clock either. So
We appreciate that, David.
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great. So let's go ahead and then start on the deliberation for this item. We have one key issue. Is the proposal consistent with the use review criteria in the code? And so I'm not going to do a negative poll since we've already heard a case for the negative. So we can just dive right into open discussion, and I'll just go by raised hands, what people are thinking at this point. And anybody want to go first, John?
I'll be short. I think staff got it right. And I support their decision and see no reason to reverse it or alter it.
Any other observations, comments? Sarah?
I agree with John. I mean, I appreciate the improvements that are being proposed, but staff is correct on this, and I think it's possible. I appreciate what Bill Holicky said about working with staff, and that opportunity had been presented before. And if our voting this down is what gets them back in the room to discuss, that's great.
Lupita?
Yes, I agree. And I think that if at all, encourage the applicants to just look at possibilities and continue to work with the city. But I think that it became clear, at least to me, that we're trying to solve something we cannot ourselves. But, we've seen great work for some of these people. So I'm confident that something good will come out. We'd like to see it. Thank you.
Okay. Lisa, I think you wanted to weigh in next.
No, I just agree with what other people have said. I don't see how to reconcile current code, and I don't see a path to go against staff's recommendation at this time. And we can talk about imaginary scenarios, but that's not what we live under. So,
okay. Anyone else want to talk to this? I'll weigh in during the lag here. So yeah, I mean, to me, I think the key is that there is there's kind of a logical way of trying to tie it into occupancy. And it seems at first glance to be illogical that the number of bedrooms drives that parking requirement so heavily when you actually think of the number of people as driving that. And that may actually be the case with students to some extent. So that's why it's sort of attractive to look at it that way. But to do that, we'd have to kind of say that there wasn't enough thought put into why the bedrooms were driving that. And that makes it a little, it makes us have to wade into some fairly tricky waters when our job is to interpret the code in a fair way. So I think that would be difficult for us to get around. So I tend to agree with what you've all said, that is hard. The other thing is, of course, going in and making them not bedrooms, but that's something that that the staff can work out with the applicant and could have been done to avoid this and head towards a call-up. And I guess, you know, the project is good enough, in my opinion, because of the reduction in nonconformity, that I would be certainly, I would be in favor of looking at the possibility of going ahead and saying, hey, with everything else being equal, if we can add a condition that would reduce the number of the bedroom count to the satisfaction of staff, without affecting the other the other aspects of this plan, that we could go ahead and approve it with that condition if people feel that that would be reasonable. Because I mean, I don't know that it's that big of an expense and a big deal to do a call up, but it certainly does add expense to the city's process and to every, you know, a lot of extra time. So we've spent a lot of time looking at this. Personally, I would be okay with that if other board members think that that would be a good path to examine, but we'd have to look at what that condition would look like in order to go down that path. So I'd be interested in what people are thinking. Peter.
I agree with almost everything David said. If we have the discretion, then I would utilize it and put conditions on. I'm not saying if we do or don't, but we seem to have skipped over the conversation completely and never really asked staff if we had the discretion, and maybe we did obliquely, but we had the discretion. I'm stuck on the illogic of both sides of this, but for the definition of bedroom, it seems like this works. I understand the parking and what the reality on the hill is, but I see the sum total, the net benefit of this, and I would agree. I would follow the board's position on this, and also as laid out with David on the receptivity to placing additional conditions.
Georgie?
Yeah, I guess I'll round things out. I support what pretty much everyone said around this, not and supporting staff and their interpretation of what should be done here. I do find it a little troubling, and I think the applicant put themselves in a difficult situation by putting something forward that was not necessarily reflective of what would actually happen when this was built. And I think that was troubling. And so I found particularly challenging, rather than having a very transparent conversation and not getting into semantics around dining rooms, etc. So I would urge, as the applicant and the city work together, that they try to take that as advice to be transparent, because we have to be transparent in this process and to the public. And it didn't feel entirely transparent. So I'll leave it at that, but I support staff's recommendation.
Sarah?
So I don't think we're in the position to make conditions. I think I would recommend staff and applicant go back, and when they've resolved the differences that they have, it'll come to us as a call up, and we've already had the discussions. We will know whether staff feels the issues have been resolved, and what will happen is what could have happened to begin with, which is it was a staff approval. So I don't think we need to spend time trying to figure out conditions. I just don't think we do.
Other thoughts, Lupita?
I agree with Sarah. I have no interest in trying to come up with conditions to make this thing work. I agree with Georgie that I felt like we have to redefine code to suit the applicant. I did not appreciate that. And so I think that moving to conditions is sort of, again, trying to do a disservice to the city in order to accommodate an applicant, when most likely they will be able to work out with the staff to come out with something that will work. And then we can all do our jobs and feel like we have done our part. I will not twist into a pretzel to make this thing work. And I will be very unhappy if I get anybody else on this board trying to push us into those. I already went through this once. I don't want to go through it again. And I will put a formal complaint.
Well, I don't want to risk a formal complaint, but I would be curious. I know, Carl, you had said that you had some draft potential language. It sounds like we probably don't have enough. I'm happy to defer to the board as a group, so I'm not pushing for conditions or in any particular direction. I'll follow the lead of the board overall. But I would be interested in seeing what that draft language was, which may, shape what that conversation is with the applicant, and it sounds like there's some support for it, what conditions might look like if we pursued that. So if that's available, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I'm happy to bring that up if the board wants to see it. I think I want to also just make clear that if this were to be continued, that it wouldn't come back as a call up. It would have to come back to the board as a continuation of the public hearing so that an action could be taken by the board. So I'll pull that up.
So if we reject it, if we reject it as proposed today, and they go back and you work with the applicant and iron out the wrinkles, then it's a staff level approval. Is that correct?
Well, if the board were to deny the application tonight, then the applicant would have to submit a new application, and we would work through the bedroom issue, and then it would be a call up. The alternative would be a continuance where we work through it and bring it back to the board for decision.
Or a condition of approval that would give the board some comfort in giving staff discretion to resolve the issue directly with the applicant.
I'm sorry, Charles, we missed the first couple words of your sentence. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I just noted, or a condition of approval that would give the board comfort in staff resolving the issue directly with the applicant.
And David, is that the kind of condition you were talking about?
Yeah, I misunderstood what staff had up their sleeve. I thought it was an approval with condition, but we're actually talking about a continuance. So maybe we need to take a look at this alternative motion language since you prepared it, and to see if this might be of interest. So I could go ahead and read it. A motion to continue, and this is not making the motion. The alternative motion language in front of us is motion to continue consideration of non-conforming use review to the board's meeting on May 20th, asking staff to prepare findings and conditions of approval, including the condition that the applicant shall revise the floor plan subject to review and approval of the city manager, which shall include reconfiguration of walls and doorways so that the number of bedrooms as defined in Chapter 9-16 definitions is reduced and configured such that the parking requirements for the use based on the number of bedrooms per dwelling unit under Section 996 parking standards does not exceed 30 parking spaces. So actually, this is actually saying that we would continue, but then potentially do what I've heard a number of board members voice caution about, which would be to consider then approving with the condition so that it would just be to continue to get that wording. So I'm not sure that helps, but anyway, go ahead,
Well,
Sarah.
either way we go, it gets sent back for negotiation between the applicant and the city, right? And one is it produces a proposal that is available, that would come to us through call up. But presumes that staff feels that the problems that exist have been solved. The other, we are continuing the meeting. They will come back at some point with a revised plan that presumably staff will feel that the problems have been resolved, and then we will vote on it. So a call up, maybe no vote, or continuation, there will be a vote. Those are the two options in front of us.
Yeah, if I may interrupt, the continuance we're proposing is, if you approve, then we would have to draft approval findings. So that's what the purpose for that was. I think with this condition, we had anticipated that it wouldn't come back to the board for further discussion unless you wanted to discuss how, you know, the conditions are drafted,
But does this, this is presuming that we are, this means we've approved the project?
if you wanted to approve it, then my recommendation would be that you ask us, that you continue the hearing and ask staff to draft approval findings and conditions of approval. Typically, we have standard conditions of approval that state the use has to be operated consistent with the plans and can't be changed without going through another use. And then based on your discussions and staff's recommendations, we drafted this condition of reconfiguration, the layout of the units for your consideration tonight. If you were comfortable to approve the proposal with this condition.
But we don't have the full condition until the continuance, which would be on May 20th.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're fine with this condition or another one, you could tell us exactly what that condition should say. Either way, if you want to approve it, I would recommend that you continue this item so that we can also draft approval findings that then can be adopted by the board, because that's required by the code.
But so what we're being asked to do is to come up with answers, which should not be what I don't think that's what we should be doing. I think that's what the applicant and the city should be doing together. And I don't know that this is the right solution. I have no idea if this is the right solution to the non-conforming nature of the proposal. So I guess I would, this just may, I just don't know that this is the right solution. I just don't know.
Well, I think that for those who are hesitant to go in this direction, what I'm hearing is that the scenario would be for the next 2 weeks, staff would simply fine tune the conditions and prepare us to approve, but we would not have a solution to how the bedroom thing was solved. We would be saying we are approving it on condition that it gets solved, and then it becomes something that staff would work with the applicant on, and we would not see it as a call-up. Do I have that right, Hella? Pretty much that if that's the scenario that would go
Yes.
Okay, so if you have enough, in my mind, it would potentially be acceptable to do that, because nothing else in the proposal would change other than they would figure out a way to satisfy this bedroom business. But if planning board feels strongly that they want to see it again, then we won't be wanting to go down this path. And that would be so that, we would reserve without doing this, we would be reserving the ability to call it up later on. Go ahead, John.
You're muted, John.
Yeah, I'd like to see it again, and thus I don't think this is the way we should go.
Any other comments? I know, Lupita, you've pretty much said that you would not want to give up the ability to see it again.
Yeah, the way I see it, I think the applicants took a gamble that we will go with their own definition of their code, and we didn't go with it. So I think now is more of just do what you were supposed to do in the first place, make code, work with the city, continue and figure out. And if it doesn't meet their standards or what they want to do, then maybe this doesn't happen. I think we all would like to see good projects go forward, and we will want them to give it another try, working with the city, who obviously it has already been working with them. So it's not like they don't want to work together. It's just give it another try, and then I will feel much better if they came back and I saw it. I would like to see this meet the standards, meet the code, and then vote for it.
Well, to be clear, if the potential scenario would be, and we don't really know what happens if we deny, but they could go back and figure out the bedroom thing, which, and then what we would, and if they could do that in such a way that it was a staff review, then it would come back to us as a call up. So then it would only be, it would be if people had concerns enough concerns at that point to call it up, that then we would review it. So it's not a sure that we would review it, but we would have the option to review it, right?
Right, and we'd be able to, it only takes one of us to call it up if it, right, and so if Lupita or John sees the proposal and has concerns, we can still call it up. It can still be called up.
Hey, guys, just real quick from the applicant, we might have an idea, just throwing it out there. Is there a legal method for us to withdraw our call up on ourselves, which then would kick it back to staff? We could rework things with staff, and then you would see it as a call up and keep this real simple.
Yeah, I mean, we could, if you want to withdraw, I think, Hella, you can weigh in, but if you want to withdraw right now, we don't have to have a vote. And that way you wouldn't have to, it wouldn't show up necessarily as a denial, and you just, isn't that true, Hella? Or that they can withdraw this?
I'm just gonna quickly check the board's procedural rules.
Thank you.
And then secondly, also, if it is flat out denied, do we wait another year before we have to reapply, Hella, like a site review or something?
And let me read it real quick. So the rules say an applicant may withdraw an application at any time before the hearing on the application is closed for board deliberation without prejudice as to reconsideration of the board within 1 year. Provided, however, that in the event of such withdrawal, there shall be no refund of fees. In the event an applicant is not present, we don't have that. So from that, I would conclude that there can be a withdrawal, but it would be with prejudice. And really what it comes down to is the applicant submitting a different application.
And what is the available time frame we can do that in?
You can always submit a different application. It's the same one that you can't.
With the associated fees, correct?
For. So it may be helpful to tell the applicant what the board would consider a different application.
So the board would be, if I'm assuming if the applicant withdrew, that a new application would get submitted that would address this bedroom issue, and perhaps everything else would be the same. I don't know that the board would be of the, I don't know if the board can or say that, I mean, it would still come to us as a call up if it got a staff level approval. And I'm not sure the board would be in a position to say for sure right now whether they would not call it up. So that's, so they still might. But certainly we've heard a lot of discussion from the board, and so you might be able to understand what the board's biggest concern is, and that's this trying to get around the code, specific code that says the number of bedrooms drives the parking requirement, right? So if you can get rid of that, I don't know that. Yeah, I mean, the board probably can't guarantee that it wouldn't get called up, but everything else being equal, hell, it sounds like they could resubmit and start working with staff on getting something that could be approved at the staff level and show up as a call up. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, John.
Yeah, let me concur on that.
I think you should be clear that it's very likely that it would be called up at this stage.
Okay, Michael, did you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, I'm just trying to clean things up from your guys' perspective, but maybe that's not the best way to do it. So
David, from my perspective, there were many things about the project that were laudable. And what I want is for staff and the applicant to be able to put their heads together and solve the problems that exist. If someone will tell me which of these two motions allows that to happen, I will support that motion. And whether it comes back as a call-up or whether it comes back as another hearing is sort of not, I don't particularly care which of those outcomes we have, but I don't want us to try to solve the applicant's problem. I want the applicant and staff to work together to solve applicant's problem.
So I think that that happens in any of the scenarios. But if we did continue using this alternative motion language to 2 weeks from now, and then approved with a condition that said we're approving as long as the applicant works with staff, then we would be pretty much putting our stamp of approval on the entire project and allowing them to work it out without us seeing it again, because we would have approved the LUR, right? So that's why I think some people are hesitant to go with this alternative motion language. And I just don't know where people are leaning right now.
Well, and if this came back in 2 weeks, it's going to be the week we just talked about what's going to happen on the next board meeting, which is going to be the concept plan for Diagonal Plaza and the AMPS presentation. And I think there was one other thing. So we already, this continuation means we're going to add that to the schedule versus it coming back as a call up whenever it is ready to come back as a call up.
Well, actually, but there's a much bigger difference. In 2 weeks, we won't know how the bedrooms have been resolved, but in a call up, we would.
Then I'm supporting the call up option. I'd like to see how this problem is resolved. And I'd like the problem to be resolved before it comes back to us.
If you think the board needs to see, then we probably wouldn't want to go with this alternative motion language. If the board really wants to take a look at a resolution and have the ability to review it. So yeah, and so is that kind of where you're leaning? Other people want to take a straw poll? How many people right now are feeling like the alternative motion language won't work for them because it would mean we would approve something contingent that staff would resolve the bedroom issue and then it would be fully done deal? Is that off the table for most board members? So go ahead, Sarah, if that's still
I was
not.
just going to say maybe you could ask the question a little bit differently. There were a lot of clauses in there, so I'm not sure what you're asking us. And George had his hand up. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Oh no, I think I understood where you were saying, David. So if you want to continue, that's fine. The point I was going to make is I feel like the applicant should have just worked with the city and in the first place, and we wouldn't be here. And I want to see this called up. I don't want to go through the process of trying to put in a conditional approval on something like this, because the applicant, from everything I heard tonight, the applicant was already prepared to do this. Instead, the applicant put us through this process where we had to deliberate and put us in a position that pitted us against city staff when they were clearly correct. And the applicant was already prepared to work with the city to resolve this. And it should have been resolved before it came forward to us. And by the applicant not being cooperative with the city, it put us all in a difficult situation. So that would be my reason for affirmatively going for the call up rather than this type of language.
Okay, well, and it doesn't guarantee that it'll be called up. I mean, I know we can certainly project or project our thoughts about that, but we'll see when it comes, when and if it comes back to us. Carl, did you have something you wanted to say before? I don't know if you turned on your video.
No, I don't.
Okay, so I will make a little, just a couple of like you did, Georgie, just some observations. Yeah, I mean, to me, the idea that, I also kind of resonate with the dining room in a student marketed apartment is a pretty big luxury. And so having that half wall dining room gives the students a lot of flexibility. So it kind of surprises me that wasn't just worked out as well. So I agree with that. I think that there'll be very attractive units with that extra space, even if they are configured without that full wall. So that it is a shame that we went down this path. So let's see, there was one other thing. Oh, I'll just also point out, it is, a product of downzoning at such unreasonable levels on blocks that have such large apartment buildings that we get into these crazy situations where what's there is so far removed from the zoning. So it's kind of a frustration that we face sometimes when the existing use is so far afield from the zoning that is currently in place. So should give us some thoughts about legislative ways that we can change things over time to match more of what the outcome really should be on particular blocks. But that's, again, just a speech. So any other thoughts? I'm sensing with that straw poll, I don't think we finished it, so I'm going to do it again.
Question?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Is it possible for this to be still distilled down to we trusted staff to deny it, but will we trust staff to then work it out? And by asking to call it up, we're saying we don't trust staff to work it out without us calling it up.
I mean, that would be my rationale for going to the alternative motion language. And if I felt there was support by the board to do that, I'd certainly be willing to continue to. I think we need to talk about it a little more, but I'd be willing to go in that direction if others wanted to. Just because I feel like this is a pretty good project, and we have everything in front of us that would, be I wouldn't call it up if it were in front of me and they had solved the bedroom problem with staff. But other people may, I think, not feel that way.
We can't say, we can have it both ways, that we trust staff but don't trust staff, and then also that we respect and value our time, but we're gonna be vengeful and then disrespect further time of ourselves at our own hand. So if we trust staff to do it, then yes, applicant on one side could be seen as pushing an issue where the code it's off, and what they're trying to do is get something that we had the discretion could have fixed. And I do agree with Georgie that, I mean, this isn't my first time having this happen to me though, on the board. So maybe I've, and I don't like it. But I can see through this a bit into how it could have been okay. But I don't like the process. What is the expression? Don't hate the player, hate the game. And so I don't like that. But at the same time, if we're saying that staff was right on and there's an option to let staff then go solve this, I'll swallow that experience and say, yes, just go back and do that. And I trust staff as we theoretically trust them now. So we have a lot to do. If someone can point out why calling it up isn't out of some kind of, it doesn't work, and in a way is not saying we don't trust staff, then I'm willing to hear that too.
Lupita?
Well, there was a whole lot of there to address. There's nothing vengeful about wanting to know how a difficult problem was solved. In fact, we learn a lot. Thankfully, you will not have to be dealing with this kind of harassment much longer. And frankly, for those of us who are starting, I think taking this sort of challenge seriously and coming across as we really want to get the best projects coming to the board when they're ready and mature, it is the right message to send so that we don't get through this over and over again. This is how you solve problems. So if we don't want to see this over and over, we send the message clear. We should get messages to all of the applicants. The application should come, when they are ready to be approved. And if they're not, they shouldn't come. And I have whatsoever no ill intention, because I take that personally, because I have been as direct as I want to say, and believe me, it comes from a good place. I have nothing against these people at all, even the project, but I would like to be a transparent, well thought out project that can be approved and everybody can be happy with. And based on the discussions we had, as the time went on, I felt less and less comfortable with it. You may feel comfortable with it, but I didn't. And your values are not my values, and I am not going to change mine.
So can I?
And I'm going to leave it at that. But do not put words on my mouth again.
Thank you, Lupita. There's been a lot of emotionally charged words in the last couple of interchanges.
This is not the first time he says things like this, and I will not tolerate it anymore.
Well, and I'm not.
I apologize. I didn't even have you in my mind. Another word out of my mouth would have been that I liked how you put things before, and I was edging in. Instead, I cited what Georgie said, but I was going to cite what you and Sarah had said as something I agreed with. So I do apologize. I didn't have you in my mind as a subject of any kind of attack at all.
So, let me just as chair remind the board that, we really are looking at things that can be discussed without making it a personal thing to each other, right? This is, we have in front of us the staff present some alternative motion language, and I think we're just trying to define what the result would be if we entertained that. And that's why I want the discussion to get to a straw poll as to whether we think that this looks like a way that we might go. So I don't think that we're actually trying to undermine each other here. If the majority feels that they've seen enough about this project to entertain this alternative motion language, then if the majority feels that way, I don't think the minority should take that as a personal affront, and vice versa. If we reject the alternative motion language, I wouldn't see that as a personal affront. But that's all, I just want to try to get through this. Lisa.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. So I think you were about to do a straw poll on whether or not people were interested in entertaining the alternative motion language. If people were to vote to entertain the alternative motion language, that would be to continue it to May 20th. If we chose to reject the alternative motion language, then our options, what would the other two options be if we reject this?
The only other option I would see would be to vote to see if somebody wanted to make a motion either to approve the project as recommended. We don't even have a motion language for that, or the denial. And I would assume that somebody would want to probably move the denial, which was the recommended motion language. So if we can put this to bed, because I think that you and some other board members wanted to entertain this idea. And
I wanted to see the language. I didn't necessarily want to entertain it. I just was curious as to what staff, had on offer and what they had proposed as, something that might address the problem. I just didn't want to not look at this.
Right, and I think that's what we're doing. But I also think it would be interesting to know where people feel about possibly supporting it. Peter.
I may be oversimplifying it, but I feel like if it goes back to staff, what's going to happen is the wall is going to disappear and it's going to become a half wall. And the frustrating part is this could have all been avoided, but applicant pushed it to this point for us to discuss this, and it was perhaps discussing things that isn't in our purview as not a policymaking body on code, whether we had the discretion or not. It's clear from the beginning we weren't going to exercise it. I'm not saying I would have anyway, but if there isn't a mystery of, to me, what's going to go on if it goes back to staff, it's that the wall is going to become a half wall.
Right.
Right? I mean, am I missing something?
Well, we don't know, but
Okay.
if I were the applicant, I would probably be looking at that. And Sarah.
Okay, so I just would like to say that I trust staff, and I would like the opportunity to see the proposal. It being as an opportunity for call up does not mean any of us will call it up.
Right.
But it's an opportunity. So if we're doing the straw poll, I would support the original motion, knowing that staff and applicant will be meeting again and trying to solve the problem. Because I'm sure if you pull one thread, there's other things that need to be addressed. I'm sure it's not just as simple as X or Y or Z. That would be that's from a straw poll. I support the original staff language in the original motion.
Great. So I think the straw poll indicates that Lupita, John, Georgie, and Sarah are firmly not wanting to entertain the alternative motion language, and Lisa and Peter and I don't know that any of us are really wanting to make that motion. So let's go back and see if anybody wants to go to the recommended motion language. Can we put that one up? And if anybody is in the
I can read it. I have it in front of me.
Okay.
The motion to deny use review application LUR 2020-00020, adopting the staff memorandum as findings of fact, including the attached analysis of review criteria.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay. All right, and so I'll restate. Oh, well, any discussion? I guess do we need any more discussion? We should probably just ask if anybody wanted to discuss this.
Because I'm sure I have a second, but I'm sure I have something to say, because I'm sure we'll move on right after this. May have not. When I posed that query of if we do this, is it doing that? It must have come out wrong, because I was trying to get the logic in my head. If one was the other, if we did this, then that. And I wasn't implying that that was the case necessarily. I was trying to work it through my own logic pattern. So I hadn't made up my mind, and I don't know what, I lost the last part of what you said, David. You assumed what few of us were going for or not going for, but it irritated Lupita enough that I obviously had said it wrong, and I'm sure I did say it wrong, but mentally I was trying to work out, is that what we were doing or not? And then the discussion helped me understand, no, it's not. So I'm done now.
Thanks, Peter. And I did, I also heard you express concern for whether we're saying that we don't trust staff, which I think is a reasonable thing to ask. So, you know, I don't, you know, I think you were, like you say, you were working things out. So thank you.
It's rhetorical. Thank you.
And I don't know if anybody, I will say that on commenting on this, you know, I came kind of prepared to talk about how so much of this is based on things that would happen if the occupancy code gets flagrantly violated, which made me a bit uncomfortable. And it's kind of interesting that that we all stayed away from that. And I think that is a testament to how good this group was at staying criteria based. So I really appreciate that, because we could have agonized at great length over the fact that, yeah, I mean, regardless, you know, the code protects on this parking thing, but also seems to be assuming that to get there, we would be violating these occupancy limits. And so I'm kind of glad we didn't go down that rabbit hole. And I think that what people did fall on was quite good. So thank you. So we have a motion in front of us. I'll restate it. Motion to deny use review application LUR 2020-00020, adopting the staff memorandum as finding of fact, including the attached analysis of review criteria. So I'll do a roll call. Peter.
Aye.
Lisa.
Aye.
Lupita.
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Georgie,
Aye.
Sarah,
Aye.
and I'll do aye. So the motion passes unanimously. We appreciate your time, the applicant. Sorry that, you know, it didn't fall the way you were hoping, but we'll look forward to seeing this come back before us, hopefully in the future.
Yep. And let me just say one thing. That was never our intention to try to put anything out there. We were trying to be honest, and you know, we thought that your board had a little more discretion to look at things when staff, which I actually think they wanted to get there. They just didn't have the code to get there, and I was wrong. And we probably wouldn't have come to planning board if we had that answer a little more clear beforehand. So we apologize for any time that was spent on this.
Well, thank you. You know, nobody ever knows everything all at once, and it was a learning experience tonight. So, you know, in spite of the fact that these things can get a little bit heated, I think that it was useful for us all. And honestly, I think it looks like it's going to be a huge improvement to this building. So I'm really hoping that it comes back in a form that everybody's very comfortable with, and that staff can just help resolve. So thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah. All right. Great. Well, we are past 10 o'clock, so we do have to have a vote as to whether or not we are going to continue on with the matters that are remaining. We did move our AMPS updates, so we would be potentially going and finishing the discussion of board liaisons and ex officios, as well as a quick item to look at proposed revisions to the planning board's virtual meeting rules, so that members of the public can submit slides in advance, and language was sent out to the board on that. So those are the two things that I think we would do. Are we okay going? Does anyone want to? Are we okay going another few minutes to do those things? I see at least 5. Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and then lead us through the, I wonder if anybody has the ability to display the table, Cindy.
I can. I've got it all ready for you.
Thank you. You're so great. I have it in front of me on paper, but I don't think that's going to show on the virtual screen. It kind of disappears every time I move it off me. All right. So these are the current assignments, and nothing has changed with regards to our liaisons. So I think we just have to start talking about whether people have strong desires one way or the other. Looks like we have a total of 7 positions. And go ahead, John.
Yeah, I can just say that the East Boulder Working Group efforts, they've been fairly intense over the last year, but they're likely to become less so in the next couple of months, at least if I understand the proposed schedule correctly. So given my level of activity over the last year, I'd love to finish off with them. But I just wanted to make that comment. And the other one is that I'd be happy to step off the Design Advisory Board liaison position.
All right. Well, I totally support you staying on and finishing the East Boulder working group. I think everybody else feel that way. I saw a lot of nods. Yeah, I think you've done a fabulous job on that, and it's it would be great to keep some continuity there. Perfect. Anybody else want to make it? Yeah, Sarah.
So 2 things. One, I don't think we have the subcommittee, the use table subcommittee anymore. So I don't think unless that lives on as a bit of a ghost, but I don't think that's in place anymore. And I am happily step away from Housing Advisory Board so someone else can step in. And that's all I have to say.
So actually, we will begin work again on use tables once we replace Andrew Collins, who has since moved on. So if we could have a liaison, we do plan on beginning work again at the end of this year.
Well, then I would be happy to submit my name to be the liaison since I worked on it with David.
That's fine with me. I think that we have always had a second person on that. So if you want to put me as backup, and then I could just be on the subcommittee for continuity as well. Okay.
David, when does your term end, and when will this use table restart?
So my term ends right before we would do liaison assignments next year. So
okay,
I would be able to see it through until then.
Thank
and
you.
of course, since it isn't a public meeting, other planning board members are welcome to attend.
No, I totally support you being on there. I was just curious about timing.
Yeah. I just wanted to make that clear that we've, because it's a public meeting, we're not limited to just the two of us as well. but I could be the backup for kind of like ushering the meeting through since I've done it before. Cool. Great. Anybody else want to express a strong desire?
I have a question about code amendment group. I think it hasn't been meeting over the last year. Do we have any intel on whether we expect that to start up again? And if so, around when? Or maybe I'm just missing meetings, which I hope I'm not.
Yeah.
If it does start up again, likely not until the end of this year or toward the end of this year.
Cool. So I would be happy to serve again as either the primary or backup for that, or to step aside. So if anybody else is keen on that, please feel free to throw your hat in the ring, or I'm happy to serve.
Anybody want to jump on that one? Sounds like Lisa, it sounds like it's you. Great. Well, we've got some real choice ones left here. Peter?
So I think I got robbed of my Greenways Committee experience because of COVID. So I'd go back on that if it was needed, but I'd also support.
Yes, actually, they're getting ready to start. I just got an email from their board secretary, and they are getting ready to send some stuff out in the next few weeks.
Okay. So that, or any one of the two spots on Design Advisory Board, I'm willing to, would volunteer for, unless there's a mad dash for it.
Yeah, since you bring up DAB, I was thinking that might be of some interest in as well, since I've never done it. But let's put. Anybody else interested in DAB?
I'm happy to be the backup at DAB.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to put my hat in the ring for DAB as well.
There's quite a bit of interest in DAB.
Let's move on to Greenways then.
Well, let's put a placeholder on that. Peter, would you like? Let's see. I've done landmarks and housing, so Peter, if you want to keep your interest in DAB, we can hash that out. I could potentially get on Greenways, but you said you didn't have any work on that this year at all, right? Would you feel robbed if you ended up on DAB and not the primary for Greenways? Or?
I'm interested in DAB. I feel like I could do the Greenways Committee tour as just like kind of a lurker, even on a bike. But I'm going to step aside while we scrabble over the other points. But you know what? It would be my last chance to do DAB, so I would do it.
Okay. Well, let's put it.
But that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter that it's my last chance to do it. So go ahead.
Okay, so let's hold off on the ones that have multiple interest. And Lupita, what was your number one? Oops, you're muted still. Sorry. Now you have to repeat all those words.
Turning it off. So I was in landmarks, and I'm learning things, but I like to try something different. And I was wondering, housing and greenways were also interesting to me. Actually, I was thinking about maybe East Boulder, but John already said there's not much going to happen there. So I think housing will be a good one. And if any other ones that you guys have gone through and will be a good place to kind of learn different things.
I think you'd be great on housing. I did it, gosh, I think year before last, and they have some really amazing discussions on how to solve our housing issues in an equitable way, and it's very good work. So that'd be great, Lupita.
Okay.
You know, there are 7 spots, so you could each take one.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's what we're
We
working.
count ourselves and we count the boards.
So I can be a backup for another one.
Did we have a backup for East Boulder? Because you mentioned you were interested in that. Did we?
Yeah,
did
I can be the backup on that one.
All
And
right.
I also served on landmarks, and I've certainly enjoyed it. It's been great, but I'm also happy to rotate off of there. So if somebody is keen on landmarks, feel free to step in, and I'd be happy to continue to serve as a backup or serve as a backup on something else. I'm open.
All right. Georgie, did you want to make, I think you mentioned DAB. Any?
I mentioned DAB. I'd be happy with landmarks. I'd be happy with greenways. So, you know, being the new guy on the block, I'm happy to defer to one of those 3 and leave it to you guys to duke out the 2 that are
Well, I did
desirable
landmarks.
for others.
I did landmarks on my first year on the board, and I found it really interesting because they also do quasi judicial hearings like we do, and the ex officio position is very structured, so you weigh in on deliberations and stuff. So it's pretty stimulating to learn the whole landscape of landmarks if you're interested in doing that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Cool.
It'd be a backup on landmarks.
All right, let's put Peter in as the backup there. So,
And now we haven't taken care of you, David. You're
yeah, so,
looking after all of
David,
us.
you want to dab? Do dab, David. I'll
kind
do
of
greenways.
a battle between, well, you know, honestly, if you've done, I know if you'd rather do DAB than greenways, I'm willing to do greenways. And
No, I'll do your backup on dab.
all right, so me and you as backup, and then you'll stay as primary on greenways. Is that right?
That'll work.
So
That
hopefully,
gives everyone a primary, and that's great.
and then we just have to fill in a few backups here.
I'd be happy to do backup on greenways if no one else.
I think I have to do backup on housing unless we mix up backups because I can't back myself up.
Oh, God.
Unless you'd rather have a lighter load this year, and somebody else is happy doing backup on it.
Yeah, if somebody else is super into housing advisory board and wants to be the backup, I would also be happy to not be a backup. So let me know.
Is anyone you can, yeah, is anyone else interested in backup for housing, or? All right.
Yeah, I see there's a gap there for backup on code amendment group, and maybe I should sign up for that if no one else is interested.
I thought we were gonna write in a room for children's playground room committee, which is my favorite. One of my dad and OSO are some of my favorite John Gerstelsons.
So there we've got John Gerstel on code amendment group.
And then right now, Peter, you're a double backup, which isn't necessarily a problem, but Sarah doesn't have a.
Oh yeah, I don't need to be a double backup. I'll stay on. Yeah, I'll take whatever one. I'm willing to give up either backup. They're both interesting to me.
Well, Sarah, do you have a
Your
preference on backup?
Would you mind if I backed up Design Advisory Board? Because I've already been on been the liaison to landmarks.
That works. I'm spending more time in Santa Fe, and I'm gonna have to bone up on landmarks anyway.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say you really made me happy, because I was going to kind of try to push us not to have co-primaries, just because I think it adds a little bit of extra like uncertainty about who's going to go to meetings. So I think this is very clean and nice. Everybody happy with this lineup?
Or alternatively, is anybody unhappy and you're going to be sad when you leave the meeting and you need to express it now?
I'll send this out to everyone.
I'm always thinking on the sunny side, right?
I'll send this out to everyone and let everyone know.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then we have one other thing that we need to look at, which we have language for. And thank you so much, Hella and Cindy, for working on this for us. I think it's really important with CU South update coming next week that we resolve this presentations from the public thing that we promised them that we would. And so do we have that language available as well to display? We're going.
Are you going to do that, Hella?
Or
did you want me to?
Yeah, why don't you do it?
Okay. Take me half a second here.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'll say that Sarah had a couple of questions that we had talked about, maybe putting in matters, but I think I misremembered. We're going to actually work it into the retreat. The questions on the NA for 9.6.1 and continuity of industrial. And so those will fit in nicely to, I think, Charles's update to us, possibly with a little bit of Hella's help as well. So so that we'll do then. And yeah. And then we'll also talk about the final retreat agenda next time too. So I knew this was going to be a really late night, so cool. All right.
All right, so here are the general rules. And I'm just going to go down to where the proposed changes are. 1 second here, I'm just looking. Okay, so it's just this page.
Your cat wants in, Cindy.
I know, sorry.
So sad how your cat never gets fed.
She's annoyed that I'm still on Zoom. I'm kidding. That annoys her. Every time we have a planning board meeting about this time, she starts meowing because she knows I want to go to bed. Let's go to bed. I'm like, I know.
So I hope people have had a chance to review this. My only comment was I think, we could have probably just said only PowerPoint if you want, but I think if you're willing to, or I mean, only PDF if you want, but if you're okay with PowerPoint, that's fine to put it in that way. As long as you're comfortable with it, Cindy. Did anybody?
I am. Probably what'll happen is folks will send me their stuff and I'll just doctor it how I need it, to make it run through whatever works best,
Cool. And then I see that we also are clarifying that the board chair may reduce time for public comment if more than 15 persons sign up to speak. I guess we didn't have that in there before, huh?
Yeah, and I remembered that we did it once without having it in here. So I thought we put it in here expressly. And the 15 persons, that's what council does. It could be a different number of people, but that's how I came up with the 15 persons. And it's only that it's possible. You don't have to do that. You can still give 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But it would give people an idea that if this many people are signed up, we may have to reduce our speaking time and be prepared for it.
And this gives us flexibility. I know that we really haven't done that unless it's been more than 20 or 25, but I think 15 gives us more flexibility if people are comfortable with that. All right.
And that was it.
And there was the other, was there another?
Oh, we have the rules of decorum. 1 moment. Let me stop sharing quickly.
This first one is for hearings under Title IX. So concept plans, site reviews, use reviews, rezonings, and so forth. And then we have the general meeting rules that public participation fall under too.
All right, I lost my mouse. Here it is.
And I'm proposing the same standards. or how, what to submit and when.
Yeah. So it's pretty much the same requirement. And I think 48 hours is a good cutoff. Anybody have comments? So is this something that we generally vote on, or do we just sort of nod our heads?
Yeah, I would vote on it. You can make it one motion and just refer to both documents and to approve the proposed changes.
Great. Does anybody want to make the motion, or?
If you allow me to unshare really quickly here so I can write down the motion. Go.
I'm glad to make it if nobody else jumps up. Okay. I move that planning board adopt the proposed revisions to the virtual meeting rules to accommodate slide presentations by members of the public, and to give the board chair discretion to reduce the public comment time if more than 15 participants or 15 members of the public sign up.
I'll second that.
Okay. Peter? Aye. Lupita?
Aye.
Georgie?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
Lisa?
Hi.
And John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So thank you so much. That wasn't too terrible time-wise. So that takes us to the end of our matters. So any other matters from the staff tonight? Matters from the board? I mentioned a couple things that are moved to the retreat or to next time. Lisa?
Yes, so I have a personal announcement, which you all would have known about long before now if you could see me in person. And that is that I will be out at least for part of July because I'm having a baby. Yay, planning baby. So just wanted to let you know, so you're not surprised when I suddenly appear with one. But also be kind of shocking. I'll be meeting with Cindy and Hella just to figure out exactly what the procedures will be, hopefully somewhat flexible about which meetings I'll be in and when I'll be around and when I'll be out. But yeah. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think the last time someone on planning board, at least a woman on planning board, had a baby was maybe Elise Jones. I need to look back.
That's pretty amazing.
I've never, we were saying, I don't think I've never experienced it before. So.
Yeah, so we'll figure out.
See what happens when you stop eating that city provided dinner.
I know. You don't know anything. It's this whole like shooting from here up. So.
I know.
It's going to be a motion to make this the official planning board baby of
of 2020.
Congrats. Anybody else have any?
Congratulations.
We just want to all say congratulations together.
I was gonna say thank you for your service to the country, because we officially were shrinking in this country, so you're helping it recover.
I know. Everyone's super supportive and excited, but I always thought if I ran into someone who wasn't, I would just be like, well, I mean, are you planning on collecting Social Security ever? Or... But yeah, declining birth rate, but I'm doing a little bit.
Congratulations.
Very exciting.
Well, thanks for telling us all. We're all very excited about this. So, and potentially right during retreat, or I mean, what do we call it? Recess time frame? Who knows? So you have a little bit of time off from planning board. That's great. How about Cindy? Any calendar check items?
I know that I have been in you guys with polls and stuff like that. I really appreciate it if you could get back with me on those. We're gonna have a busy summer, and I'm apologizing, but there's not much I can do about it. And I've already scheduled June 24th. So we are having meetings on that day. I've just sent out a poll, excuse the cat. I've just sent out a poll. I know it's bedtime. Sent out a poll, sorry, for some meetings in July that we might be adding. So it's going to be busy. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, a tough schedule.
We are having a joint meeting with TAB again on July 15th. That is, the whole meeting is going to be dedicated to East Boulder Sub-Community Plan. So that's happening.
So July 15th, gosh, that does that that kind of gets into what would have been our recess again, doesn't it? Or does it?
No, because we were only taking July 1st off. So that was going to be our first meeting back.
Correct.
Well, the 17th would have been, so it moves us up a couple of days, but yeah, whatever, that's okay.
Does
Well,
it?
I'll remind people too that with the virtual meetings, you know, as long as we can assure that we have reasonable internet connections, we can do them from anywhere, all the way through July for sure. So that we really appreciate all the hard work you did.
All the way through September, right?
Yeah, well, estimated, yeah. And again, really quickly, July 15th is a Thursday. That's a regular meeting date, David. So, but we are estimating.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We're estimating September. It's still up in the air, so nothing's definitive yet, but that would probably be the earliest we would do in-person meetings. And it's still undecided if we're going to be completely in-person, completely virtual, a hybrid. I don't know. I just
So the council will be having a detailed discussion on Tuesday night about what a city council potential hybrid meeting construct could look like and when they might embark on that. So we'll know a little bit more next week, I think, about if and when we'll be meeting in person in any way, shape, or form in the near future. So we'll keep everybody posted.
Okay. Great, thank you. Any other items, Cindy, for the calendar check?
Oh, and May 24th, make sure I have that date right. No, I apologize, May 27th. The fourth Thursday of the month. So we are having a meeting on May 24th, but it's a training. It's a Affordable Housing 101 with BHP. So it's not a public, I mean, public aren't going to be speaking, but the public can certainly attend, but it's going to be a training. And so that's gonna be a little bit different meeting. And I won't be there, so you'll have a substitute. I'm on vacation, but so we are having a meeting that day too.
Sorry, Cindy, could you repeat which day that is for the?
That's
house?
May 27th.
May 27th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did we ever confirm the actual new date of the retreat?
It is June 10th.
Okay.
I sent out the Outlook appointment. If you haven't received it, please let me know.
I will look. I may have. I've been
Yep.
focusing on some other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, we have that on the 24th from 1 to 4:30.
That's June 10th.
On the 10th.
I'm sorry. Jumping ahead, we have an extra meeting on the 24th too, right, Cindy? June 24th.
We do, correct. Yes.
I jumped to that in my mind before I finished the. Right. And then you also have a poll out for moving the Yom Kippur date of September 16th to the 23rd of September.
Right. We're going to keep that open. Right now, don't know if we're going to have something scheduled, but we're just asking you to keep that open because of canceling the 16th. Yes.
Right. Excellent.
Been a lot of moving parts this week.
Yeah, we're trying to complete a lot of projects here, so it's going to be a busy summer.
So this happened, I remember the year that Peter and I joined planning board, we had a very busy summer that year. It hasn't been quite as bad in the last few years. So these things sometimes just pile up. So hang in there, everybody. And again, you know, when you are, if you can't be in Boulder, when we're virtual, if you have a good internet connection, you can do it from your family's place across the country or whatever. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Any debrief items? Anybody want to talk at all? Any feedback on how the meeting went? All right. Great. I think it's probably good that we delayed the AMPS thing. We would have been up until 11:30. So I think that was a good call. So thanks for, I know it was a little bit before the 10 o'clock cutoff, but I was just feeling bad to have staff sitting there when we might have to do that anyway. And yeah, so that was much appreciated. All right. Well, we will see you all soon.
Yes.
Thanks so much. Cindy, will you send me that spreadsheet of liaisons, please?
Yes, I was going to. I saw your message.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.